Sorry, folks, already a minute late, doing some last minute things. Glad to see you all here. And with that, I'll call this meeting to order. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance and then a prayer from Pastor Simmerlich after that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor, if you would.
Let us pray. God of all peoples, you have established all authority, and you hold the hearts of rulers in your hand. we lift up to you our county government and all who serve in it. For our county commissioners, elected officials, and civil servants, grant them wisdom, integrity, and a sense of justice in all their decisions. Help them to be guided by the common good rather than by self-interest. For our communities, we pray for the welfare of all people within our county, that they may live in peace and have access to the resources they need. For our decisions, inspire our officials to find common ground, to work together, and to address the complex issues facing our area with courage and compassion. For our public servants, we ask for your protection and guidance for law enforcement, judges, and emergency responders. Equip them to serve with fairness and mercy. And for our citizens, move our hearts to engage in civil discourse and to participate in the process, and to work together for the well-being of all who live here. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those words, Pastor. I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of the commission, and glad to see a room full of people, interested people, both here and from notes I've received. There are plenty listening to this remotely and taking an interest. We have an individual who wants to make some public comments. That's the next thing on the agenda, and it's public comment on items not on the agenda today. And Randy, I wrote it down, if I can find my Henderson, would wish to make some comments now.
I'm not Randy, but I brought him. Good morning. I'm Carrie May. I'm Director of Strategy for Hutchinson Community Foundation, and I brought with me our board member, Randy Henderson. We're here to talk to you today about the second year of the Love Where You Live Community Empowerment Initiative. Hutchinson Community Foundation works to inspire philanthropy, leadership, and collaboration to strengthen Reno County communities. And last year, we launched this 3-year initiative called Love Where You Live. It centers resident voices through surveys, dialogue, and action to empower residents to make positive change and boost community pride. Each year includes a resident survey, community benchmarking reports, workshops, and grant making. As we begin year 2, we need everyone's help to gather at least 1,225 survey responses from Reno County residents to give us a snapshot of how people feel about their communities and tell us if we've moved the needle since last year.
As Carrie mentioned, we did do the survey last year, and 1,022 Reno County residents filled out the survey, which is pretty good. Of that, 205 residents completed or attended a community workshop in the fall to understand what the data actually meant. We had 8 benchmarks to try to hit, and all 8 were hit, and you can look at the reports on the workshop and the survey. It's available to you at renosurvey.com. The data and conversation helped spark action in the last year, and thanks to Commissioner Hurst, you were able to set up meetings with the Sheriff's Office and surrounding communities and about safety. And to the county, I want to say thank you for convening the mayors so we could speak with them. Thank you to the county also for expanding the neighborhood revitalization plan and getting creative with incentives to help spur housing developments and reinvestments. As a result, Hutch Community Foundation Board of Directors made a $50,000 grant toward the Reno County Economic Development Strategic Plan to support collaboration and strategy countywide. and we're in the process of launching a 3-year housing initiative that builds on the momentum created through the county's investment in housing through the ARPA over the last few years. Earlier this year, Hutch Community Foundation funds for Reno County made grants to cities of Turon, Sylvia, Arlington, and Haven to improve their civic spaces and support community engagement. We currently have $400,000 in grant requests for community and economic development projects across the county, and those awards will be announced on October 2nd at an Uplift event. Thank you for having us today.
So the survey is open now at renosurvey.com through October 17th. Paper copies are available across the county in most city halls and libraries. We also have Spanish language available. Again, our goal is 1,225 responses. We especially want to hear from more rural residents this year. About a third of the responses last year were from rural, but we're trying to get to at least 50 responses in each community. And kind of as a community incentive, the Community Foundation will make a donation to each local food pantry if for every 50 responses in a community. We really want to hear from the broad diversity of our community, because broad input makes priorities and collective perceptions more credible and more actionable. So if you would, anyone here, please help us spread the word. Again, go to renosurvey.com. You'll see flyers around the county and those paper surveys. With your support, we can really lift up all the voices of Reno County. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to thank you for your presentation. When we enter into these things, we often wonder how they'll turn out. It looks like you had a successful run. I did participate in the local roundtable. Figured if it was going to happen, I should at least be a little knowledgeable about what's happening. And there was some pretty good response there at the local deal in Haven. And if apparently that was as good other places. So thank you. Next item on our agenda would be to determine any additions or revisions to our agenda we're addressing today. Does anyone up here have any additions, revisions that?
Are we through with the public comment? So we're through with public comment?
As far as I know, we were finished.
Anybody else need to make comment?
I put my name on the sheet.
List.
For budget?
No, it was is regards to conversation from 2 weeks ago in regards to the ARPA funds for childcare.
For items not on the agenda.
It's public comment. Let's back up then and
So I'm good?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, powers that be tell me that we're legal and it's appropriate.
Good. Thank you. My name is Bart Koyman. I'm a resident of District 3. My commissioner's Commissioner Vincent. We have businesses also in District 4 and 5. And I just want to say thanks. My comments come from the discussion from 2 weeks ago and the packet dealing with the child care ARPA funds. I have handouts. Can I give them to you? Is that cool?
That's been acceptable in the past, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll make this quick, but I took all the handouts I just put there. I took out from the packet from 2 weeks ago, so they're just all pertained.
I thought I'd read this.
Yeah,
material.
yeah, it was all in the packet from 2 weeks ago. So, and I'll just read the questions. Does Kids Collective fall into the innovative models bucket? And if you look at page 1, it says A. It says innovative models, and there was the ARPA budget. That was question number 1. And if yes, what was the $830,000 used in 23 and 24 in regards to that budget? And then C, does the audit compare budget to actual? And then D, has the county commission reviewed these numbers? And then E, and I'll jump over to E, is on page. E is, how will we know if the innovative models, co-ops, kids collective, I'm kind of using those words all together, is a success or something else? And that's on page, if you go to page 4. And then F is 75 participation of the goal. And then G, the last question is there was a request 2 weeks ago for upfront costs for $367,000, with the largest portion being admin staffing of $265,000. And the question is what time period does this cover? So those were the, I guess we got 7 questions that I got listed there.
Does anybody have answers or comments to this? I unfortunately, that's the first meeting I've missed. I wasn't here last meeting. But as I remember, when we took office here, when I did, and I'm 2.5 years in, these ARPA funds and all that was done previously to, and several people, well, you came on the same time I did, you came on later. There's very few of us here that would have known the particulars when these monies got distributed. And it's kind of been, we follow up and distribute them as they were what I want to say appropriated at the time. So I may not be the best guy to ask.
Sure. For Patrick in concern, I guess I would ask what the questions are geared toward. I mean, is there a concern or what?
Well, and again, I going off that packet, to me, doesn't look like, it looks to me like we got a plan for this kids collective, but there's no metrics or, I think that's kind of the question is how will we know that will be a success and a well use of funds? And I don't see anything, I just didn't see anything in that packet, and there could be other things that I'm just not aware, but.
I'll just respond real quick, I guess. Public comment's good. We really don't encourage the commissioners to kind of just get put on the spot and staff just answer questions.
Sure.
At 7, to get through all 7 of them. We could probably bring United Way back and get more detail on their programs if I'm sure they'd be happy to talk about it. All of the submissions that they have for reimbursement go through not just county staff, but also we have kind of special accountants that only focus on the program to make sure that everything's meeting the criteria. So we do check that pretty quick, in part because we have a federal audit in addition to our normal county audit. So those are kind of scrutinized pretty well. And I was just going to say, I mean, the issue we had, why it was on the agenda last week, was the United Way is kind of helping administer those funds, and they were kind of having a cash flow problem because we're requiring reimbursement from the program, they were getting squeezed. So really that's what the agenda was about. We could bring the Kids Collective back some other time to give more details about their program. They're pretty proud of it, so I mean I think they would be happy to talk about it.
Is it your understanding that the county commission is responsible for overseeing this, or is the audit, because in the packet it just had the budget that was proposed 4 years ago and it didn't have actual spend in there, it just had the budget.
The county commission has an agreement with United Way and iParametrics. County staff looks at all the expenditures, as Patrick mentioned, for reimbursement.
Yeah.
So we're looking at that all the time.
Okay, good.
We do quarterly reports to the U.S. Treasury Department. So we're making sure that everything's following the contract and federal guidelines.
Gotcha.
Actual reports, again, as Patrick said, since that we weren't aware of these questions.
Sure.
You know, if you get those to me, I can look into them. We can also, probably even with you or with the commission, have a meeting set up with people from the Kids Collective in a more productive conversation that would give you that information.
Perfect.
We just aren't ready right now to, you know,
Totally.
answer those. But yes, we have all the documentation. We have all the expenses, every bill, we have copies of all that.
No, that's great. I'll give you a copy. Thank you very much.
I just might make a comment. I was on the commission at the time that we reviewed the community's thoughts and the task forces have had to do, and we got about 4 different particular areas that were usable for ARPA funds that we thought would make the most, that the commission at that time thought it would make the most use of those dollars to improve the community, the county. And there was quite an extensive work with regards to the whole process, especially with child care, as they received a big chunk of the money, as well as the same thing with housing and workforce development and economic development. Those were the big primary areas. And that the Kids Collective, I don't normally make comments regarding on public, but I think it would be necessary, appropriate at this time, to look at the Kids Collective, and that we will not know how this works, quite frankly, until it's done, because no one else has ever tried this concept that I'm aware of. And I sat in on several of the task force meetings to decide which direction to go. And I'm confident, feel pretty good confidence in the fact that not only the person we hired to do the research on our county and the needs of our county all showed up with this idea and this concept of basically, if you want to call it a co-op, but it's a joining together of child care facilities and groups. And to your answer, we won't know till we're done. It's brand new. It's a new concept. I feel pretty confident and that's the direction it needs to go, because it's not just a simple fact of finding somewhere for those young children not in school to be able to have some additional care, but people that do care. But I think this is the way to go, and I think you hit on the right ideas. We sit down and talk about it.
Sure,
Explain
sure.
that. But it is highly regulated on where the funds go.
Well, it was decided 3-4 years ago that 55% of those funds were going to go as grants, 45% were innovative models, and audit. So 45%.
Yeah.
To me, it seems like, there should be some benchmarks. We just don't know. We don't know. I don't know if that's the
I'm sure
most effective.
I haven't sat in on the last couple of meetings because some of them have been the same time I've had things on, but I know they do have some anticipated benchmarks. if
Okay,
you want to call it
gotcha.
that way.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I comment too. I think we need to get them back in here and clear this up. I was kind of under the impression that, we voted to get this money early just because it was convenient. I don't quite remember, I mean, it could be me, that, we was voting to get this money early to cover shortfalls.
It's not really shortfalls. It's cash flow.
Okay, well,
United Way
we're out of
has
cash, so
United Way's separate, but it's creating a new business, and so there's got to be cash. You can't just start having payroll and cost of supplies with no cash. So the city of Hutchinson and Reno County both are putting some upfront money that will then be used to get it started. And there's a sustainable plan. They know that county money and probably city money, property tax money won't be paying for this in the long run. This is ARPA funds. This was, as Chairman Bogner mentioned, this was dedicated funds from a few years ago. And we can have all the questions and get more clarification, but that won't change that the money's still going to childcare.
Sure,
That
I
can't
understand
change.
that, but when we start adding layers and layers of administration, I mean, it's all going to cost. I mean, it has to. So
Yeah.
I feel like get them back in there. United Way was the one that we gave the task of overseeing this, right?
Right, they're overseeing it, but yeah, the Kids Collective is now a different nonprofit. We can bring in Kids
Yes.
Collective and United Way to a future meeting.
Yes, we do that, and make Mr. Hills aware of it, please.
Yeah, and I'll,
There was, just a side note, there was $830,000 for 23 and 24 assigned to the Innovative Models bucket. And if the creation of Kids Collective has happened recently in 25, so we have,
that's
is that
different
right?
money. Yeah, and I can, we
Yeah.
have reports of all of the expenses that I can,
Okay.
maybe if you want to get with me, I can do that separate from a meeting and bring it back also.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
I just want to say, we do know the answer to these questions, we just aren't prepared to talk about it this morning. So we can look that up and talk to you, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody.
I think this illustrates what I've tried to say at many meetings. This group up here is essentially a part-time group. We meet twice a month, and the day-to-day, day-to-day work is done by these individuals. That's the way it was. It wasn't always that way, but about, 20-some years ago, it was probably set up with an administrator, and counties that don't follow this generally, their commissions meet daily, weekly, a lot more than we do, and their salaries are really a lot higher. Those previous commissions decided this was a better way to handle things. The point I am trying to make here, if you want the individual small details, you go to the people who are in charge, because yes, we get to read them, we get to make an evaluation and a vote, but when it comes to the day-to-day figures that were presented, these are the guys who accumulate them. These are the guys that administer the stuff that we vote on. They have a better hands-on, and it's, as they said, they've got the documents and they will provide them. So with that.
I might comment real quick, Mr.
Okay.
Bogner.
Yes.
Certainly, I appreciate the work they do in the trenches every day, but ultimately, they are not in charge. We are.
No, we are, yes.
So we're going to give an account for anything that happens underneath our care. So I do appreciate them being very efficient in what they do, but yeah, so.
Yes, point well made. We have a lady at the podium. What do we got? Our county administrator in the dark coat, Randy Partington.
I'm Patrick Hoffman, the county counselor.
Yes, so he keeps us legal. As you know, and sometimes this lays here, I get a text, Don, you need to be thinking about this. So, and we need to. We all have our pluses and our minuses. The thing you need to remember is surround yourself with people that fill in your minuses and keep you straight. And that's what these guys are about, as far as I'm concerned. I use them extensively. With that, would you state your name and address and what you want to comment on?
Hi. Good morning. My name is Janet Adams. I live at 605 North Monroe. I've been there for 6 years, and every year my taxes have gone up. I live at a poverty level, and if it wasn't for my children, I would not have a telephone, I would not have TV, and I would not have electricity. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention that there are poor people in this town and we need help. And I would appreciate that very much because I feel like Reno County is taking my home away from me. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I'll say this, we all pay taxes and we're all feeling this squeeze. I know it's hurting some more than others. My tax bill went up ridiculously this year. And if you look at the statistics, I feel we are holding our own pretty well.
Well, you can look at other statistics and we're not, so I mean, it depends on which ones you want to look at, I mean, you find anything you want. I look at ones that say that per income, we're not doing well.
Can we speak up, please? I can't hear you back here.
I mean, you can look at statistics all you want. I've looked at ones that say, per our income, our taxes are high. The other would say that our taxes are low. So I mean, just go pick out which one you want to read, and then you believe it or not.
It's brought to my attention that we are having budget hearings later. Would it be more appropriate for anything in the taxing and budget type stuff to be said then rather than now? Because that is a part of our agenda.
Budget or property tax, there's a public hearing
Coming up in the,
consent agenda.
so we're probably getting out of, if we're gonna discuss that kind of stuff and you wanna discuss that, you're welcome to do it in the proper time in the meeting. That's my fault, I let it happen.
Oh, okay.
So, with that, if there's no further comment on things not on the agenda today, and you be the judge, we will move forward. Seeing none, we need to determine additions and revisions. And from my previous step ahead prematurely, my mistake, I'll ask again. Any revisions? Seeing none. Item 6 is our consent agenda. I'll ask if there's any comments on anything on the consent agenda at this time from the board.
Just so people are clear, they see a big ticket item on the very bottom of that for Public Works. That's coming out of that grant money, correct, Don, that we already previously got. So just so people understand that that's part of that ongoing project, taking water to Yoder. I just kind of felt like that ought to be a public, yeah, go ahead.
And Commissioner, I want to also reiterate that 880,000 compared to the engineer's estimate was a little over $1 million for that phase. So there is significant savings. It is grant funded, but the bids also came in well under the engineer's estimates.
So something went in the right direction.
Yeah.
With that, if there's no further comment or explanation, do I hear a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll motion to accept the consent agenda as presented by staff.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
We've got a motion and a second. One last call for
The new EMS station, this is just the contract that we discussed, I think was the last time, awarded to
Yeah. This is the formal contract. At the last meeting when you approved the bids, this is the actual contract now.
actual contract.
NBC.
Yeah, for NBC.
For the design.
Okay. Good clarification.
I do want to comment a little bit about 6H. I think that our Public Works Director, Don, has done a tremendous job in getting grants for this program. Without it, the people, it'd just be unbelievable how much it would have to go up if we hadn't been able to, if he hadn't been able to get that grant. as well as it's good to see a contract come in underneath engineer's estimate change.
And a local contractor to boot, I'm told. So, without any further comment, if there isn't any, Abigail, would you help us?
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Commissioner Hurst,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonger.
Yes. Motion passes. Next item on our agenda is 7A, which is the revenue neutral rate and budget hearing for the Reno County 2026 budget for the purpose of hearing and answering objections of taxpayers relating to the proposed use of all funds and the amount net of ad valorem tax and revenue neutral rate. And for the purpose and for the proposed use of all funds and the amount of ad valorem tax for Reno County 2026 budget. Now this is Reno County, not other agencies and other districts and things like that. That'll come later. So this is the Reno County budget hearing, and we don't have to vote to open it. I can just open it, correct? That's what I thought. So at this point, I am opening the hearing on the Reno County budget. And with that, we will open public discussion. So if somebody wants to discuss something normally we try to hold these comments to 5 minutes at the longest so that more people have an opportunity and we're not here till midnight. So name, and when you come forward, if you're going to name and address for the record, please.
Okay. Name's Mike Clear. Address is 12311 East Maple Grove Road. I'm curious why the property taxes have gone up so much. That's my concern. It has I have a farm, and the agricultural rule has almost doubled.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are you talking about the agricultural land itself or the value of the buildings on that land? I'm assuming you live on that land?
Yes, I do live on that land.
And where was your raise in your taxes?
The agricultural rule has almost doubled.
Rural,
Yeah.
talking about residents.
No,
correct?
the residence is the farmstead rule. That's the residence. This is ag ground.
Okay, good enough. I can answer this much on that question. That's a use value that is done by the state of Kansas and not our local treasurer. Value of farmland or pasture land. That is a formula, when that came out, as long as my arm. But that's a state formula done by the state. We have nothing to do with the valuation of that. Now, if it's a home, that's a different thing.
Sure.
Our appraiser has to do like kind appraisals. He is audited yearly by the state, and he has to fall within certain requirements of being accurate. We just received our report on him, and he's accurate. He is just reporting what's being done. So that establishes your values. Values are out of our hands. We have nothing to do with the values. We do, however, need a certain amount of money to operate.
Sure.
And we have to determine a mill levy that's applied to those values that gives us an acceptable amount of income to perform the services that we are either required by law or expected to perform by the people. And that's where the balancing act comes in. But if it's on appraisals, we have, and I'm sure Michael's back there and he will confirm what I just said. And if I'm wrong, Michael, let's hear it.
Okay.
So I know Michael isn't here for that. He didn't expect this, but he got it. Yeah, that's the best I can answer the question. Maybe some of these other
Well, I
guys
do
got
have
a
a quick
different.
question. I would be curious to know myself personally, if there's others here with that same question, perhaps it would be good, maybe, Mr. Chairman, if Mike come up and explain the process a little bit, because we've had some outside meetings where Michael has been to explain that process and open a lot of eyes that we in fact don't have any control over that, and there's a couple of reasons for that. We can't have any influence over it, one way or the other, good, positive or negative. And so that's a good thing, but it does rest on his shoulders and the statute that he operates underneath. And so, but he does a good job explaining how that happens over trend sales and that kind of stuff that we really don't have any control over it, and the market has more control over it for him, I think, than most anything. And so I would be curious if anybody else had that question, but maybe he could answer that, Mr. Chairman, or something, if you would.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Would that be appropriate?
Well, if it's just one person and he's ready to give him his business card, why don't they? There's more. Okay.
But there's more people to hear, yeah.
All right.
Maybe
All right.
at the end of it.
All right.
Well, if it's not our deal or job, I mean, could we give these people some help on who to contact and get them in hold of the people that they need to talk to, because it basically does us no good to contact these people.
That's right. Michael's the man to talk to.
Before you go, I see you have a veteran's hat on, and I want to thank you for your service, as well as all the other veterans that we might have here in the room today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir, while they're hashing that out between themselves, let's.
My name's William Colvin. I live at 1518 Brookwood Drive here in Hutchinson. I've lived there for 35 years. Those of you that aren't familiar with that location of town, it's west of Hendricks between 17th Avenue, excuse me, and Cow Creek. That area was developed when it was still out in the county, and the houses were developed by Bob Ging. Several of you may be familiar with him. He's recently passed away down in Arizona. My house was actually the first one built in the neighborhood in 1961, and Bob built it for himself, and he lived there for 2 or 3 years while he was building the rest of the houses in the neighborhood. And mine is therefore the oldest house in the neighborhood, basically the Westbrook second edition. I've looked at my taxes, and I realize why taxes have to go up, but I don't understand quite why some of the property valuations are the way they are. And I did appeal my tax this last year for the first time, and they actually did lower it. But my appeal was because they raised, I actually took, and when you're retired, you have time to do this kind of stuff. I actually took 43 homes in my immediate neighborhood and went to the Reno County parcel search and looked at the tax valuations from 2021 through 2025. And out of those 43 homes, from 2021 to 2025, the average percentage increase was 32%. From 2024 to 2025, it was 3.8%. Now here's my problem. Although the neighborhood went up 32%, mine went up 42%. From 2024 to 2025, the neighborhood went up an average of 3.8%. Mine went up 11.7%. Now, I did appeal. The county did lower it down, so it went from 11.7% to 9.27. Now, on top of that, you're going to have this mill increase. So I'm really going to get hit pretty hard by taxes. I'm going to have a 12% property tax increase next year. My wife and I have both been retired for 5 years, and we're living on Social Security like many people in here are. You're going to raise my taxes 12%. Uncle Sam's going to give me 2.5% on my Social Security. That doesn't add up. I have figured up my wife and I's Social Security, time we take away our federal tax that we pay on it, it takes 1 month of our Social Security, 1 month of our Social Security to pay our yearly tax bill. That's where it is now. Now it's going to go up. And I understand the process of making comparisons to other houses that have sold in the last 3 years. I went through all that with the county. I did appeal my county thing to the state. I went through all that with the state. I understand that. But why do some houses in the same neighborhood, made by the same developer, go up 3.8% and mine went up, what did I say, 9%? I don't understand that. There's actually houses, out of the 43 houses I compared, there were 6 houses, the value went down. Now, if we're going to have a tax increase, shouldn't we all pay for it equally, whether we own a $100,000 house, a $200,000 house, a $400,000 house? Shouldn't we all pay for it equally in the same amount of percentage increase? That's my biggest rub on this whole thing. And I don't know whether it needs to go to the state or what. I know it's probably out of you guys' hands, but somebody needs to put a cap on the percentage of increase that they can put on a property's value. Now, I realize from year to year, I realize if you make an addition or things like that, which there's been some houses in our neighborhood have done that, I've taken those houses out of my calculations because there's been 3 homes that have made some additions, added a family room or a bedroom or something like that onto their house. But I haven't changed my house in 35 years. Evidently, you guys think I have. So you're pricing me out, guys. You're pricing me out. I don't know how we can keep up. Like I say, I'll pay my fair share if everybody else will too. I think it should be across the board. If it's 5%, make everybody 5%, whether you own a $100,000 house or a $300,000 house. Not one guy get his valuation reduced and another guy's increased by 9% in the same neighborhood built by the same developer within 4 years of each other. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, the only thing I can say is all our houses in our family went up dramatically too. The methods are there. I've appealed ours in the past, and sometimes I was successful and sometimes I wasn't. I will reiterate, this system is the state's system. You may be able to get more traction addressing your state reps. Because this group up here lives by the same rules you do. Anything we do that affects you affects us exactly the same way. So keep that in mind, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess I should make it. Sir.
My name's Jonas Souter. I live at 119 Superior. And then, like with him, I don't own a home. I own a building I converted into a home. You go from Superior up to 10th Street, out to Duffy Road and all that. Anyway, you got a perimeter that you go and go off the fair market value. The problem is mine is not a normal home. So you keep increasing it, which is whatever. But the other thing is that I received this here little flyer in the mail before the meeting at down at the city, for the city. And this gentleman here, I'm just going to read it highlighted. part here. Lowered property taxes and fought against reckless appraisals. This gentleman here is what I received his flyer on. He supposedly fought for that. But yet, here we are, people are fighting about increasing property taxes. I argued the point, and they said I didn't prove my case, so therefore they're going to increase my property. And I feel like that's not justified because I don't own a regular home. There's homes that are around me, and they're okay, whatever. But you're comparing my place to homes up on 10th Street. That's not fair. It's not right. I have not made any outside improvements to my home for various reasons, which I'm not going to go into, but I feel like that's not right, that you compare my place to some place up on 10th Street or out wherever you want to. It's not right. It's not. I don't feel like you're justifying it, but yet when I called and argued the point, I didn't prove my case. And that's all I got to say right now. And I feel like it's unjust. It's not right. And this gentleman here says he supposedly fought for us here in Kansas against that. So that's all I got to say.
I had a similar situation, and I came up with the same deal you did. I didn't feel the comparison was an equal comparison. Like I said, I've argued my points. Some I've won, some I haven't. But this is the system we're all under. And it's not Reno County's system. It's Kansas's system. Anybody else?
Good morning. My name is Joshua Haver, 7909 South Valley Pride Road, which Googling means I think I'm in District 2. So, hearing the conversation this morning and understanding the valuations, I get that. I get the increase and everything. The property I live at has increased in valuations 44% in the last 5 years, with the corresponding tax increases. I guess where my question would be is regarding the now 26% increase above last year due to the mill levy increase on top of the valuation increase, which means that technically in 5 years my taxes will have gone up 68% on the property. That's a bit of a challenge. In my family's case, we can quit eating out and cut services and things like that. I'm also in a position where I get to have interaction with young people, young adults, college age, newly marrieds, couples that are raising families. And I get to hear conversations with them where they come to me and they ask, do you have any resources regarding budgeting? We can't afford a home. And so I guess the question I have for the Reno County Commission is when mill levies are increased on top of valuations increased, in a sense, especially the young, there's in the news nationwide about how young families and young couples are struggling to enter into home ownership. And it feels like in conversation I have with young people in this community, they're encountering the same thing. And a mill levy increase just adds one more barrier to that. And so, again, I'm okay with, not okay. I tolerate valuation increases and knowing the market and knowing what's going on. My young family and myself will make it work. Not happily, we'll make it work. But when there's a 26% increase on top of what's already been a 44% increase, and that's stretching me. But again, I feel so much for the young people that I meet with, and that are just, they're stuck. And knowing that, it's like, okay, again, hearing, okay, we have to increase because budget, everything's going up. Someone mentioned statistics, you can pull them from everywhere. I pulled just some random statistics, not random. I tried to compile a bunch of different statistics to come up with a average number. And in the last 5 years, roughly a 22.5% inflation cost in the central Kansas area, roughly a 28% wage increase in central Kansas area. But property taxes, again, I'm paying 44% increase. And so, yeah, so that's troubling and that's challenging. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Betty Bachman, and I live at 4307 Panorama Drive. And first, I just want to thank you for the opportunity that we do have to come here and visit and be able to share our concerns. I've been a resident of Hutchinson since 1964. My husband and I raised our kids, and 4 years ago, I sold my house to downsize, and I built a house in Quail Ridge. And I take care of my 88-year mom. She lives with me. And so there's two of us. And this is all new to me to be doing all this on my own. And so my concern is the mill levy's gone up, the property tax has gone up. I retired 2 years ago from the school system and went back a year and a half ago to work part-time just to try to balance out some of this. But my property tax has almost doubled since I've lived in my home. I knew I was going to pay more because I built a home, and I was expecting that. I was not expecting for it to go up almost $5,000 in from the year before to last year, and now it's going up again. And my value on my home has gone up $151,000 in the last 3 years. So I'm involved in a lot of different things in the community. I think we're very fortunate and blessed to live here. It's just getting more and more expensive. I work in the mental health setting, and I hear almost on a daily basis how this is impacting people's mental health. How are they going to be able to pay for things? And we've got good schools, but everything just keeps coming up. And I really don't know what direction to go. I certainly don't want to have to sell after I just got my mom and I settled. But if this continues going this direction, I mean, paying my taxes on my house now is going to take 3 months of my Social Security just for my taxes. So that certainly wasn't what I was going to plan on doing. I am fortunate that, that I can work part-time and still take care of my responsibilities, and I just don't know what the solution is, but I do appreciate having the opportunity to be able to come forward and say, hey, listen, is there anything we can do about this? So, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Good morning. I'm here because of the proposed increase in the mill levy and property
Sir,
taxes.
Name
Yes,
and address for the record, please.
Oh, my name is Joshua Petty. I live in South Hutch. And again, I'm here because of the proposed increase in the mill levy and the property tax. It's not just a number on paper. It's a direct hit to families, small business owners, and retirees who make up the backbone of this county. We all agree that roads need repairs, infrastructures must be maintained. The services have yet to be funded, but year after year, we hear the same justifications, and year after year, taxes are raised. Yet somehow the money never seems to be used efficiently or transparently enough to address the core problems. This is not a one-time burden. It is a permanent increase in the cost of living here. For many middle-class families who already feel the squeeze from rising housing costs, groceries, and utilities, it is yet another reason to question whether they can afford to stay here. For our lower-income residents, it isn't just an inconvenience, it's devastating. You risk pushing the middle class out. Okay, thank you.
for your comments. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, are there any comments from the group up here?
You know, I wish I had an answer. I wish I had an answer from the state. 2011, I built a house for under $100 a square foot. I priced that was over a 1,500 square foot house with a finished basement. Today, I kind of priced out a 1,400 square foot house with an unfinished basement at pretty close to $200 a square foot. In the last 4 years, 5 years, maybe you can help me a little bit here. I think we've seen inflation average, and I think Bill brought this up, somebody did, at about 4.5% a year, and of course that's compounded. We've worked real hard at keeping the mill levy down. Unfortunately, at some point in time, you have to, and I understand valuations going up, and it's gone up every year that we've kept the mill levy pretty flat. This is just comments. I can't justify anything except we provide the services that are required and needed. We looked at it. I like the fact that communication is out here. I really do. We don't often hear that communication, and that's great, whether it's emails, phone calls, or in person. But we haven't increased our mill levy to correspond with the inflation rate until this year. No excuses. That's just the way it is. I don't have any answer for you at all, except we've been diligent as we can be with regards to spending your money. And Reno County is still one of the cheaper mill levies in the state. Now that corresponds with total value, I understand that. But it is one of the, it's in the, if not in the top 5, it's in the top 15 as far as being lowest levy situation.
And that's county owned. That's not
County
all
owned,
the
not city, not libraries, not
schools, you name it.
anything else. That's just speaking of the county tax levy itself. So, you know, and I've received some emails, and I really appreciate those who contacted the commission regarding various portions, various departments of the county. And through that, we're going to look at a couple areas that we see might be some potential duplication. If there is, we're going to work on that. We're going to solve that situation and try to cut some taxes. But I think citizen input's an absolute necessity for information. I know Michael comes under the gun quite a bit, but he's following state rules, and maybe the state needs to relook at how they're doing this. I really think that's, from every indication of people I've talked to that have contacted me with problems, I think there is a situation at the state assessor's office, quite frankly, to come up with some of these comparisons. But that's only one third of how appraisal is done. But we need your information to make decisions. Bill, I think you want to make a comment. Would you come up? Sorry, I'll make you move.
we drove over to Wichita yesterday, or I guess it was Monday, in the nice little rainstorm. But every time I go to Wichita, especially when I drive through Mays and places like that along K96, I see all these additional housing units that are going up. And I'm going, that helps their tax base. What are we doing in Reno County to try and attract people or whatever in here to take some of the tax burden off of us existing homeowners, property owners, and business owners, I'm sure too, to help us out to get it over a broader base? More people involved will therefore not have to pay as much or not have to keep increasing. What is the county doing? I went to the city meeting last week, and one of the things I was told, and I understand this, we were compared to Johnson County. Now, don't compare us to Johnson County. I've been up there, richest county in the state, okay? I would love to make the wages they make up there, even though I'm retired. But you can't compare, because I look at, like I say, I look at Wichita because I go through there often. And what are we doing as a county and as a city to help out this situation? I know they talked about, well, we have some things in the works, but we can't tell you about it because we have non-disclosure agreements and all that. They talked about the new Evergy plant that's going to come in out here. Is that going to attract more people to where some of these builders in this town can start building more houses, getting some more developments? When I retired, I was working out at Lowe's, and I talked to a lot of the contractors that came in out there. They aren't building anything. There's no demand for any new housing in Hutchinson. How many new houses have we built in Hutchinson or Reno County in the last 3, 4, 5 years to take that tax burden off of some of the rest of us? I guess that's my last comment I want to make.
And I'm glad you brought that up, Bill. I think we've done some things here at countywide to do exactly, hopefully, it'll do exactly what you mentioned. It's to increase. One of them's a countywide NRP, Neighborhood Revitalization Plan, that involves some tax incentives for the first 5 years. After that, it's up. So it's kind of like you say, the 35 mills times zero is still zero any way you look at it. And so we've allocated funds from our economic development account to encourage building. And the Love Where You Live program is another example of that. And I think it's up to the people, quite frankly, to get involved. These small towns around here need to get involved. They can't sit back. Effort has been made and put out there very, very strongly to get involved, to see that. We've offered other incentives for housing purchasers. We've got another program we work with the city on. Randy, maybe you could talk more about that.
Well,
But
I'm going to
that's
throw
still-
an example in here, Mr. Hurst. Drive west out over the Cow Creek Bridge and turn to the left when you're driving. Just look. There's a little house got built in there. Those folks were in Kansas City for 40 years and came back and used that program to build that house. And so some of that works, but it's slow. It didn't get in that shape overnight here in this community. It was a lot more populous when I was a kid than it is now in Reno County, certainly Hutchinson. But it's going to take time to get it back. But we have tried many things that we can. One's another Make My Move. Lauren sits here. And last I heard at a dinner that we went to one night, 180 some contacts to Reno County and 4 positives that are moving here that I know of. And so we did spend some time and some money to do that. But, and then I just like to throw this out there. Then when we spend the money to do economic development, it's another cost on your taxes to do that, and some will chide us for spending your money to try to develop the community to try to defray your taxes. And so it's a vicious circle at best sometimes that we get chided for. And I didn't mean to just jump in here.
No, that's fine.
But we get chided for all of the taxes in Reno County. I got to tell you something. We went to a Quad County meeting, and I was very intrigued. I want to do this here. Yes. Butler County sends out, they're working on sending out 2 tax forms. One, your official tax form we have to send to you, mandated by the state. The second one they wanted to do, I was very intrigued. I talked to Mr. Partington about. The problem with sending out notices like that, you got 40-some thousand contacts, and that's all postage. That comes right out of the budget, and that's pretty expensive. Would everybody see it online? No, they wouldn't. We're not in that age yet. But they were going to send out, because Butler's very similar to us, that they got a community college, a school district, and they got all these entities. Your largest taxing agency is not Reno County. Look to the northeast of this community. It all sits over there right by the college. That's where all your taxes are coming from. I mean, at 53 mills for the school, that's a bunch of tax. And the college is probably every bit as big as we are. I don't know what their mill levy is. 20, yeah, they're pretty good size. And then all the other small entities in here, if those weren't there, your taxes would be very, very manageable. But the fact is that some people call it amenities, some people call it, I've questioned that for years. What value is there in there if they're getting education and leaving and not staying here? And they could stay here and start a career and build a house too. But they're working on that. I know the chamber's even been involved in that, trying to get some recidivism to stay here when they're done with school. I gripe about that all the time. Send your kids to college, bring them back here and let them work, let them build a house here, integrate in this community. And that's what we've lost. We've got a number of people that in age that's up here that can't pay that bill anymore. I agree with you. I'm there. I'm approaching that age faster every day than I was yesterday. And I feel the hurt as much as anybody does, and I feel your pain. But Mr. Hurst spoke well to it a minute ago that, it's just the inflation caught up. The first 2 years I was here, we went into a revenue neutral rate, which, and Michael will tell you this, I'll jump backwards. That mill levy doesn't have anything to do with appraisal. That's something that people have trouble separating out. Our mill went up because our appraisal went up. It didn't necessarily. We could adjust that. But when we're sitting on inflation and we begin to do this budget this year, I just have to throw this in there. The administration went to work and cut, what'd you cut out of there, $2 million right off out of the budget? Did you sit down and say, we got to cut this down? I know the commission is not going to sit still for this. We didn't. We wanted more. And I asked, and probably there's 2 of us up here, asked for cuts deeper than it was absolutely possible. I know Mr. Vincent and I did. It was unrealistic. But what I told our staff to do is go back and be innovative, find a way to cut. Let's get this down as far as we can get. And one of them told me, thank you for that, because when we go to cut in their budget, we cut services. We're going to cut personnel and things that you rely on. And so we were at that point in this budget. That's where we're at this year. If we cut any more, we're going to cut personnel, services, vehicles, things that you rely on. We help. I don't know anybody that doesn't want the sheriff or the fire in the district to respond if they don't have the equipment, that kind of thing. And so I hate it. I dearly hate it. But now that I'm on a rant, if you'll give me a moment, Kyler was one of them that was pointed out here, that flyer that was held up. That gentleman's not here now. I will say he's one voice in Topeka, and I hope he carries that voice forward. I had this conversation with Mr. Partington for the meeting this morning. I believe that nobody ought to be up there that hasn't served here, because they have no idea what they're dealing with. They're going to regulate what we have, and they don't know what we do. And to be on the inside of this, since I wasn't a couple of 2.5 years ago, like Mr. Bogner said, it's a whole different deal. I come to this office with the same opinions that everyone out here had today, because I thought it was terribly, terribly wrong. I still do. I think there's got to be some kind of reform for it, but I don't know what to do. It's what pays the bills. But I had that same opinion, and on the inside, when you look at what goes on and the complexity of it, the amount that it takes to run it, it's, I mean, don't think we come to the meeting lightly today, because we didn't. In fact, I didn't sleep last night. It bothers me so bad to do this to people, and I don't have a choice sometimes. But the other entities are costing just as much, and I hate that too. I will say one of the people that are running for governor wants to reform that. He really, really does. And that's going to be, I'm not going to reveal a name, that's going to be the guy I'm going to throw my weight at when I vote, because I want him to see if he can actually succeed reforming junior colleges and reforming the school system. They're out of control. Some of them are.
Well, I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come down and speak to you, commissioners, and your staff that's down here.
Well, thank you for your comments.
I've been a Reno County resident my entire life, probably like Ron has. I've known Ron my entire life, and I went to school with your brothers, I think, Randy, out at Partridge. And so actually I feel bad. This is the first meeting I've been to, But I do want to compliment the county. I think they do a good job on the things they do. And I realize what the inflation and everything has done to us. You know, when I mentioned I left Lowe's 5 years ago, I worked part-time in there right before I left, and I was responsible for putting lawnmowers and stuff together. There was a lawnmower down there, a riding lawnmower that sold for $999 when I left. It's $1,500 now.
Yes.
Same mower, I guarantee you. I could go in there with my eyes closed and identify it's the same mower. So I know what inflation has done, but like I say, I really would like to see the county really attract something to get this spread out over a little bit more for the rest of us and try to make it equal so that everybody pays their fair share. And I understand when I went through my appeal, and I appealed through the state again at the state level, had a phone hearing, I realized their process. And, you know, I didn't mention this before, but some of the houses that they compared me to that had just sold within the last year, I looked at the listings on the internet. They had brand new kitchens, new cabinets, new appliances, new flooring, new carpeting, all that sort of thing. I haven't done that to my house, but I'm sure if I did, I could probably raise the valuation up to what the county thinks it's worth. So I'm saying, you got to compare apples with apples. And, you know, everybody needs to pay an increase that's the same, in my opinion. And like I say, whoever that is that's running for governor, he's got my vote too. Thank you.
Bill, to answer to your question, I mean, you say, what can we do? I mean, for this growth, obviously, we're not doing a very good job because we've been nowhere for decades, right? And you know, we the chamber's involved, we're involved. You know, the mission of 180 inquiries about making my move and 4 moves. In a business model, that's not success. 4 and 180. I mean, it's so I mean, we need to find something that works instead of what we've been doing. Any help would be appreciated up here. To what we can do. You know, it's so difficult to build, so expensive. I can't speak for the city, but I hear it all the time how difficult it is to develop in the city. So, yeah, I mean, I feel that we need some initiative to make a different move. We're not having much success with what we're doing, and I've really not heard of a you know, even though things like these are baby steps. We need leaps. We're way behind. So I would encourage the chamber needs to take charge of this. Bring up different ideas. Keep throwing them forward. The public bring up different ideas and keep throwing them forward till we find something that can work.
Yes, thank you.
One final thing I'd like to mention, as this came up about tax forms and sending things out and who's all on those forms. You write your check one place, Reno County. We collect for everybody. Turn right around and give most of it right back to the entities that taxed you. Yes, they're listed on that list, but people don't pick that up. They write their check to Reno County. There is a little deal floating around out there where some counties want to start sending 2 tax forms. It's going to cost twice the postage. But to make their point, they're thinking it might be worth it. This is what we as a county are doing to you. This second tax form you're going to receive is for everybody else that we're collecting for. To make that distinction. And they're checking the legalities on doing that. And it may be something in the future where some of these counties are feeling it's worth the extra tax dollars for the extra mailings to get that point across to the tax public. Whether it's a good idea or not remains to be seen. But I guess my point is we attend Quad County meetings to compare their problems with ours. They've got a problem, maybe we can head one off here, those type of things. And we were all in budgets the last time we had a meeting, and a lot of stuff got discussed as to how to make it clear who gets the blame for what, whether they are actually to blame or not. There's a lot of stuff going on out there, and I guess my point is we all feel we're alone, but the reality is we're not. It's happening across the state, in every county, with people I've talked to. And we're all sitting here scratching our heads trying to figure out how to get around this deal. And sometimes there just isn't a way around at this point. Yes, spreading the load with development is the answer, but as Ron points out, and everybody's pointed out, how do you get there? Where do you spend the money to get there? Because you don't get there without spending some money to get you to a certain point. And with that, I'm going to shut up. You're at the podium, and you're asking to speak.
Don, it's good to hear your feedback on the collaboration between the counties and what's going on. My name's Jen Petty. We live in South Hutchinson. We've lived there for about 10, 15 years. 09. We were blessed as a family with 4 children, both working full-time, to be able to purchase a home and take care of it. Meanwhile, our neighbors are able to invest in their property in our surrounding community to do add-ons, rebuilds, refacing, and other elaborate restructuring in our neighborhood. And it's affected the cost of our 1960 ranch in a substantial way. When we bought our home, we had hoped to maybe pay it off by the time we're, 50, 55, like most American dreamers, in order to go ahead and be able to budget. But now, at this rate, by the time we pay our home off, which we're pretty close, we're going to be paying the same amount as we did when we first financed the house back in 09. And it's mostly taxes. It seems almost illogical to even stay in the county after 55 when cost of taxes in other states and other counties are lower. With my job, I work with an affiliate to HCC, and HCC provides a lot of great jobs, Randy, and I understand where you're coming from on the fact that they're requesting more. And are we reinvesting into our community? Yes, we are, because a majority of the students for HCC that graduate actually get better paying jobs in the area and can afford to buy homes. If they choose to move to Reno County, it's because there's jobs here. There's homes here. And I've been hearing a lot too, Ron, that there has been issues in the county where they're trying to build $250,000 homes. And they've had contractors come in, well-respected contractors with a positive mission to create housing much needed in our area and throughout the state. And over in the north side of town, they're refusing to have them in their area. They're $250,000 homes. That's a higher costing home than a majority of the Hutchinson region. And they're being like, no, we don't want them in our neighborhood. Those are working class folks. If they can afford a $250,000 mortgage, even on a 30-year, they're going to be looking at the fact that, those people both have to work. They've probably got an education, probably through the college or something like that, or nearby. And I'm looking at places like Pittsburgh because I travel all over the state, and I visit schools, and I'm like, well, do we want to relocate or what? What are we going to do? Because our taxes keep going up. Our quality of life's never going to improve if we're always right there on the struggle bus, like 40% of the Reno County. I read last night in the Hutchinson Tribune that 40% of Reno County is in the poverty level. And housing is a major cause of that. And people can, I've also seen online where, you know, people are like, hey, you want to charge me $850 rent for an apartment that hasn't been updated since 1985. And I'm like, I pity the landlords. And I know that sounds far out, but as somebody who used to work in the mortgage industry and doing escrow, I've calculated in order to try and see, hey, are they even making any money on these properties? They're barely making any money on the properties, and that's why they're not able to reinvest, because the taxes are too high. And then my husband, he's told me several times on how he has heard how businesses in town, chains, restaurant chains, who honestly, if you work there, unless you're a manager or a shift manager, you're not making the bills. And you're definitely not going to make $850 rent on a subpar apartment and be able to support a family that can go to the college or go to the schools. And they're giving them tax incentives right and left. And meanwhile, you have a large piece of real estate, which is the mall, they're taxing higher at a higher rate when they could bring in more businesses. And it's just, I understand it's a balancing act for Reno County because you're a larger county area. And you have to take in consideration of the agricultural land. And I understand that's going on. But if you're not creating a way where there's balance between the people who want to live here, who are going to spend, who are going to invest in the properties, you're not going to get the revenue that you need for growth. And that's all I have to say about that. So.
Thank you.
Well, I was going to say, I thank you for your comments, by the way. I appreciate that. But I would just say that, again, that kind of comes down to evaluation and almost a state issue. I mean, for today's purpose, for us, I feel like, and I hear you, it needs reformed. And I know several people at the state level that are trying to find ways to do that. I know there's somebody up there wanting to do away with property tax completely and says they have an ideal way to do it. I'm for that, but the difficulty in that's administration from there down. We may not get the funds for services here if they don't administer it correctly. Well, that's a little bit scary too, that we may not be able to function as a county necessary things. In the future, it may come down to some bare bones stuff that we've got to cut. But for today, I mean, it's really coming down to, I believe, I don't mean to sugarcoat or give a pat answer, that I know people are upset we need to raise it a little bit, but we looked at the remainder of what it would take to stay revenue neutral and not raise your taxes at all. And I've had several people, I'll give you an example, I've had several people tell me, well, why don't you cut out some of the services at the health department? They can get that somewhere else. I agree they can, but if we shut that down, if we shut that down, I was told that at $750,000, that won't make the deficit up. And so we'll lose those services. If we didn't give raises, it wouldn't make that deficit up, and we might lose some help. So it's a terrible. I sat in on the city meeting the other day, and somebody said it's a gamble, and I hated that expression maybe, but I knew what they meant. It's a balancing act at best to try to keep it in check and still function, and that's really when we talk about what we need to raise the mill. We're trying to keep it functioning this time. It's caught, as Ron said, the inflation's caught us, and we've got to have a little more revenue to be able to run the county. And I know it's a little bit more burden. I'll just throw something else out there. We're looking at a huge bond issue that's coming up. I'm against it. I'm going to speak out publicly. I shouldn't do that from this platform, but that's one more burden to the taxpayers of this county. You know, and they say, well, it's only this much a month. Well, how much is it in 12 months? You know, that's what people need to know. What's it going to cost them yearly? And they don't want to throw that figure out there. I had conversations with the powers to be of that very early on in a meeting, and couldn't get answers that I thought would be things I'd like to share with you today. And so I feel you. I do. Mine is up tremendously since when I bought that old house I live in. And it's not probably going down. It's probably going to go up even more. I have done some improvements to it, but you got to live there. And I don't have an answer. I wished I had one today. Go ahead, Ron.
I guess my biggest problem is that why, like what the gentleman that was sitting here earlier had stated, is why is a house that hasn't had no exterior improvements getting taxed? I have a friend and work colleague.
Now, when you say taxed or appraised,
Yeah, raised at a higher appraisal rate with
rate.
no exterior improvements.
Yeah.
It's like the neighbor across the street came in from out of state, bought the house, completely redid the whole front, added an additional garage, added another shed, and then the neighbor to my north did basically all kinds of things, all kinds of structures outside. And our house is being appraised close to what theirs are, and we've not done any exterior structures. We're still same what we purchased, other than regular maintenance, which is paint or fixing a railing. And I don't feel that it's just to tax somebody because they're doing regular maintenance, which brings me to what I was going to say earlier. My friend and coworker, her and her mother just bought a home, a very modest home, not far from where we work, just a couple of blocks, because her mother has health issues and she takes care of her. And they bought the home, an $80,000 home, formerly a rental, had been refurbished, and they had replaced the windows before she purchased it and raised the taxes after she purchased it because not windows, it was a new roof. They raised her taxes for basic safety maintenance, which is a new roof. That's not okay. That's not okay. And that right there is a fine example of, how it affects the quality of life in our community, and how you're not going to gain economic growth in other areas if housing is just outlandish. And then the fact that, of course, he had mentioned, needing to bring more housing in, and then, some neighborhoods are completely squashing that. And I've talked with people in community departments on how they're not getting any support in creating more housing in the area, and there is a housing shortage for sure. But I feel like that's going to continue as long as the taxes keep going up for property taxes and housing tax. When Pittsburgh, Kansas has lower taxes on property, and they have a 4-year university. They also have a casino, but that's on different land, so we couldn't count that. But still,
Yeah, I'm familiar.
There's other communities nearby that are doing things differently, and it's working. And I feel like Hutchinson is getting the brunt of it when there are smaller towns in Reno County with lower taxes too. So.
4-year university, though, that's through the Regency system, whereas a community college, we all pay that right here. No other part of the state helps us, just like it doesn't in Great Bend or Butler or anywhere else regarding that. We've talked a lot about the negatives of, we all got taxes and things, and that's all negative. We have never, that's where I disagree with Commissioner Vincent. If we've got 4 people that came in, I consider that a win. We just need some more. But just to have that kind of a result that quick, there's a lot of positive, good things about Reno County. I can't say that my Milo price is one of them, but there's a tremendous amount of get up and go in this county, and the people are working on it. I know we've had to readjust the way we're looking at where we use economic development money just because of that. And I know I live in South Hutch too, and as you know, and we're just quite a bit ways north of you back there on Valley Pride Road. And so I think there's just a tremendous amount of positive things going on right now in the county, and that we need to stress a little bit more about the good opportunities that we've got here. We've got some builders that are interested and that are starting something, and they put their own money out for that.
Yeah.
And we're trying to assist the buyers to be able to come in and do that. I think there's been a growth, and Lauren can probably tell us what the growth in wages has been here in the last little while, and it has to be. And we also got to look at the cost of living here, and in comparison to the housing cost and other costs and wages. I just think there's a lot of good things that's trying to be done here to get us out of this low point, okay? And I think you've got a city manager, city administrator in South Hutch that's working on some of that too. But we just need, as a people, just to get behind where we live, whether it's in the county, in the city, or both, and look at the positive, good things that are trying to be done, and celebrate a little bit once in a while on a living, just like Randy mentioned, those 4 people that came in here to live, you know, to find a place really attractive. And I just want to look more at the positive, and we all know what the negatives are. So let's move forward. And that doesn't help your taxes any, but that's my comment.
When, you know, housing is not being appraised fairly, either for, you know, overtaxing for general maintenance, or, you know, like one of the gentlemen said, apples to apples. You know, if my neighbor across the street is building 4 or 5 garages around their yard, then yes, tax them.
And I think a good conversation.
But don't tax the guy across the street who hasn't added 4 garages to their yard. Wait till they do. Let them invest, let them pay sales tax, and then tax them, right? Isn't that how things go? So it's just.
I think Commissioner Parks talked a little bit about that area, and that needs to be some more conversation and brought up and talked to the county appraiser. Talked to the county appraiser.
Yeah, I think it's a county appraisal.
And Commissioner Hurst addressed that a little bit too. It's in outlying areas. A lot of people don't know that some of these small communities are picking up some people from out of town. I don't want to speak too much about who they might be, but I will tell you, might be unlikely to most people at the city of Nickerson, but I think they've had multiple new families move from one area of the United States to there and fell in love because they don't have the traffic, don't have all that, and they were inviting their relatives to come there. Well, we need that to happen. And one of them's talking about building. Mayor Peggy told me out there as well. So, I mean, that's in my district, so I kind of keep up with some of the stuff that's going on in some of those areas, and around the county. But a couple other things that I was thinking about was, you know, certainly it's an appraisal question that you have for Michael Plank, and I'm sure he'd be glad to, and you probably visited with him about that. His hands are somewhat tied by statute, and it certainly needs to go back to Topeka to be discussed. Those kinds of things. I think that's a pretty big underlying issue this morning is the appraisals. I think there needs to be some reform in it, but as long as it's not, I know that he has to adhere by what he has because he's audited by what he does, and if he doesn't, then he's in trouble for it. Now, essentially, we hire, it's interesting, I never knew this when we come in here, we hire an appraiser, and they're on a contract for a certain amount of time with us, and once we hire them, or we pay them, that's to the extent kind of unless they do something egregious that we get involved with that we know that we're going to have to either terminate or something like that, I use a bad term probably, but they're a ward of the state. They're going to do what the state mandates him to do here inside the confines of their pay at Reno County. And again, that was to keep our hands out of the pie and no improprieties going on so we don't say, hey, lower this guy's tax or raise it because we don't like him. We'd never do that anyway. But I understand that's a reason for the separation. And as much as other elected officials, we don't have a jurisdiction over that elected official necessarily, so their budgets. But I did want to say this, when we looked at cutting the budget this year, and we came probably more this year, I think maybe in some sessions than we did the year before, we were here quite a bit. And one of the things that I personally wanted to do, and I ain't speaking for anybody else, is to cut some outside agency money. And it was a pretty big rub and resistance against some of the board here. If you watched any of that, you would have seen it. But because we bare bones and cut so far in some of them, when I went back and asked for some cuts in the departments, if you'll bear with me today, I actually wear hearing aids, and I have one of them that had to go to the shop, and I ain't got the other in, so I can hear, but sometimes it's a little dull. Some of them went back and was actually able to find some pretty significant money, and some of them just flat couldn't without cutting personnel and services and stuff. It couldn't happen. And so I had a pretty big resistance from some people in agencies that serve us in Reno County in various ways, cutting their budget as well. And that we're cutting, everybody has to be cut. If it's an impact on all of us to raise our taxes, in my heart, and it's an impact on all of us here to sacrifice, I made the comment openly in a meeting, and I'm not patting myself on the back, but I said, if we're going to cut and force our directors to work under stress for the year, because I don't sure they're going to have enough budget to operate, and some of them budgets fluctuate even within a budget. I mean, there's unforeseens that can happen, and we may be shortfall on some of them this year anyway, that we have to take reserves and make that up. We hope we don't have to do that. So we did cut some significant funds, and some of them we didn't really cut other than just their requests that they wanted. But some of them we did cut significantly enough that it might affect them getting grant money from somewhere else that helped them to operate. So, I mean, in my opinion, if we're all going to work on this together, we all work on this together. And that's why I pushed to do that. It wasn't popular, and it probably still won't be popular with people to cut those outside agencies. We don't serve a whole lot of them, but the ones we do, and I hear about that all the time. We just throw money out the window to those agencies. I want to share what I said when I ran for this office. And people tell me, you said you'd never spend a dime for economic development. I said, no. I said, I live in a community. I stood up there and likened it like this. And I'll share it because it's as vivid today as it was the day on the stage. I said, I live in a community that I've been a part of all my life. I've seen an economic decline for 40 years. And I said, there are people trying to do things. But I said, who of you would throw money into a retirement account for 40 years and watch it decline, decline, decline? You wouldn't wait that long before you turned around and did something else. Mr. Partington can attest to this. I said, I don't mind spending money for economic development, but if it don't work, reeling it back in. And I've told people that we need to evaluate and redirect. If it ain't working, let's find something that works. And that, honestly, that's what I think this board has tried to do to try to stimulate that growth, because I don't want to burden you no more than I want to burden anybody in this room with taxes. I hate that. Randy? I want my taxes to go down, but we're trying to find ways to do that. And it's probably a pat answer when somebody says they got an NDR they can't disclose. I'm not under one right now for anything because I don't have anything to disclose, but I know there's some of those out there. I have been for some projects that we're looking at, and I understand why they do that. But you know, when you talk about community, if we want to grow, it's a community-wide deal. Mr. Hurst was correct about that. It's a county-wide deal. And understand when I say this, there's so many factors when a business comes to town, and I know this, that they look at. And one of the things the city's trying to work on that's a very, very hard issue is homelessness. I don't envy them for having to work on that and anywhere in the county. But if that ain't in check, businesses ain't coming here. So it's kind of a balancing act with that. It's going to run the community. Too many rentals run a community. I know rental agency's going to be mad at me because of the substandard. They get the name of that, or because, you know, there's just so many factors go into that. Lauren, you could probably speak to that more than I do, but the companies will come in here and look at, or people will come in here and look at the community before they build something. And quite honestly, if I roamed down South Main and was wanting to look and live here and enjoy the South Main area, I wouldn't move here. Well, and I'm just being honest. And so it's tough. I've got out of I'm on a tangent now on another path. I'll need to shut up, but I'm concerned. Okay. I say all that to say that I'm concerned too. I want it to grow. I want to help you, but
I know when our grandparents moved here back in the 60s, there was a lot of manufacturing jobs.
There was.
And the taxes were lower.
Yep, that's why.
And that right there
My dad worked 40-some years at Eaton or Cessna for years. Great job. He'd left there when he was very young with Consolidated, when it was right over here downtown in the Ford building before that became 80 Rail Ford. He worked for 80 Rail doing consolidated there before they built the new building out there. And that's what he'd done for years. And it's sad when a corporation makes a decision that they want to pull out. Arrow Machine's gone. You could go on and on and on with the ones that have disappeared that were great jobs in the community. And Consolidated employed a lot of people, but they made corporate decisions we couldn't do anything about. But you're right, that carried a big load.
I wonder what the history is as to why they left where Reno County had something to do
That'd
with
be
that.
interesting to find out, wouldn't it?
You know, you live in South Hutch. On the 22nd of September at 6 o'clock, there's a city council meeting with a public hearing on the NRP. If you don't know about NRP, it's a good time to come and find out about it. And then some reason I've got another meeting here on Tuesday the 23rd with another public hearing. Just FYI.
All right. Thank you. This is the first time I've ever attended any of these.
Well, thank you. I mean, something I'd like to bring forward too. The district I represent, very southeast corner, is growing, and it's growing fast. I go to church every week, see several new houses being built, young couples. Good schools, they get out of of course, a lot of that is an equal distance to Wichita and an equal distance to Hutchinson where the jobs are. The wife may work one place, the husband the other, whatever. It's a good spot. And we've got some old boys that I grew up with that have gotten into the building trades, and they're buying the land and doing the developments. And I went from a declining church to one that's at max capacity. Hard to find a seat. It's communities can be turned around, and they are. Like these guys say, it doesn't happen overnight, but there is a heck of a lot of nice homes being built in that area that are doing just what we're trying to do. So it can happen in individual communities, but you got to have the right set of circumstances. And there are some things, it's available, it's close to the jobs, very good schools. In fact, one of the schools out there is in the top 4 statistically on the state test. There's just, things are right there, and the attitudes are right there, and so it can happen. The school was originally closed, declining population, and suddenly now it's overflowing, has more students than it ever had, reopened under a different entity. And things like this can happen. And one other statement I want to make. My taxes, I see the exact same things there. Today, when I go home and we have the end of day meetings with the crews, and that's mostly family, they're going to sit down and grill me just as hard as you did today. What the H do you think you're doing? And why are you doing it? So I don't walk home and forget it. And I got the grilling last week when you guys decided that you wanted to say something today. I can guarantee you it hits close to home. And you talk about the difference in rental properties. I happen to have a commercial rental property, and the valuation went up 25% on that property over the years. It's a special use building. I can't raise my rents. So what I thought was a pretty good investment is just closing. We all feel those things. We talked about the value of equipment and inflation and what it does to budgets. The gentleman talked about the lawnmower. Try a piece of equipment that cost $500,000. And we've got to provide those in certain areas. And we got people who are having to make budget decisions and that. And there's none of us that can control. It's like my uncle told me one day. He said, 1 minute when you own machinery, you're on top of the world, think you got the world by the tail. 10 seconds later, when it goes bang, you're sitting there trying to figure out how in the hell do I get out from behind the 8 ball and correct this? And if I get it corrected, how in the world am I going to pay for it? And that's how things turn on a dime in several of our departments. You can only squeeze them so hard before you put yourself in a bad way. The little bit of reserve funds we have has diminished yearly because we've run tight budgets. At some point, to be fiscally responsible to the taxpayers, we have to have a margin there. And we're to that point. We have to maintain the margin we got to be fiscally responsible to you. Something happens like a plevna or whatever, storm, whatever. This county has to have enough reserves for about 6 months, because any agency that we might get money from, federal agencies, there's a lapse there. We have to have something put away so that we can respond to the emergencies immediately. We're to the point, through working through this and keeping the taxes down, that we don't have a lot of wiggle room. And that's what we're here about today. And that's the best I can explain it in a short time.
I was afraid we waited too long. The lights went out.
Yeah.
I'll shut up.
Good thing there aren't any kids here. Too long a sermon, and they let the pastor know when time's up. But we will take a few more comments, and we're going to have to kind of.
Yeah. I just have 2 comments, and thank you again for the opportunity to share. I've heard Topeka referenced several times today. Is there a possibility that the Reno County commissioners, on behalf of their citizens of Reno County, and maybe you already have, is like, in a sense, speak to Topeka on behalf of Reno County and say,
Funny you'd bring that up.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
We're setting up we're going to try
Okay.
to set up a meeting between all
Say
our
this
local
is-
representatives and us.
And that's on a yearly basis. We provide them with the information we feel will help us. We also belong to the Kansas Association of County Commissions, and they have a legislative lobby, and through them we can make our needs or our thoughts known. And you bring it up, and it's already being done on a regular basis.
Perfect.
And your thoughts today give us something that we can concretely say, we had the hearings, here is what the people are interested in, and we ought to be driving towards.
We actually go to an annual spring meeting with the KAC, and the counties pay to that. They pay for an attorney and then that representative that goes on the floor. And we vote on issues for the year that they're going to take up during session to try to fight for us as counties. And so, and he's exactly right. Your input will come through us, and we'll vote on those things and put them suggestions through.
Well, very good. And then the second, just final comment, and again, thank you for your time, is I think we are all hearing the strain that you are under. And I guess the challenge is that across the board. I'm not retired, so I don't have time to investigate 40-something properties. But the
Yes,
20
but
or
somebody
so,
did. That's the collective.
But the 20 or so that I did investigate, just again through Reno County parcel search, across the board over the last several years, there has been an increase in valuation of 20 plus 25, in my case 40%. And so that is actually a tax increase because the mill levy stays the same. And so it's not that taxes aren't matching inflation. They're actually somewhat above, at least, federal government statistics for inflation in this area. And so I think that's where the big challenge is that some of us are facing today is we are understanding taxes are going up across the board. We are understanding inflation across the board. And yet with an increase of mill levy, that also then causes not only what is already being an increase of percentage across the board that is above inflation level, a mill levy now brings that much higher, in my case, to 68% over 5 years, which is 3 times what statistically inflation is. And so I think that is and again, I'm hearing the concern and the weight upon your shoulders. That is a challenge, though, and that is, I think, what we are really facing and burdened with today.
I might also add that the chamber sponsors 2 different ones or 3 legislative forums. And that's pretty well announced, and so that's an opportunity for each individual to go in and talk and mention that. They usually have an item that you can write down if you got a question or a problem, a situation, and to bring it up in front of our legislative people, at least twice a year.
Guys, we try to limit this to 5 minutes, and we've been very liberal about letting people speak freely. That's my decision. We could adhere to specifics, but we as a board wanted to hear your thoughts. And with that, unless there's somebody new with something new, you're free to speak, but if we can't just keep going in circles and rehashing, we need to move forward.
Commissioners, before you close the hearing, you would need to adopt Resolution 2025-26 if you are going to exceed the net revenue neutral rate. If you don't want to exceed the revenue neutral rate, there's still $2.8 million worth of cuts.
Yes.
But if you're going to exceed it, you need to adopt the resolution.
And when we instructed our people to tell us what those cuts would be, we would be doing a disservice to the people. So with that, on the county side, Mr. Potter. This is still okay. Mr. Potter has put his name down and asked to speak, and he deserves his time.
If you're speaking on the actual budget, technically we're going to close. We're wrapping up the revenue neutral hearing, which is different.
Has to do with the budget.
Well, that'd be the next thing. So, if there's still a chance. Yeah.
Let's be on the special.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to adopt Resolution 2025-26 for the Reno County 2026 budget to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion up here further? Abigail, we'll need your help again.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vincent,
No.
Commissioner Hurst,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonger,
Yes. Motion carries. So now,
That was the revenue neutral hearing, so you can close that hearing and then open your budget hearing because you haven't yet adopted the actual budget.
okay. So, do we need a vote to close that, or can I declare it closed?
I believe you can declare it closed the same way you opened it, and then you can open your revenue, your budget discussion.
Okay. So I will declare this hearing of the budget, how do I want to state
The
that?
revenue neutral rate and budget hearing is what we're closing.
The revenue neutral hearing and budget. I'll declare that hearing closed.
And now you have to just have a discussion item, but of the actual budget, which has not yet been adopted.
Yeah.
Public comment related to that, you could take a public comment on the actual budget at this time if we have, and we had one person.
Well, before we open this and go further, we've been here a long time. I'm an old man. It's break time.
Declare recess, is that what you're doing?
Recess for 5 minutes. And let's hope there isn't a big crowd.
I noticed we lost some.
I'm gonna have to give you a remote control.
Oh, they need sensors too.
That might break the budget. But anyway, we've come to 7B in our agenda, which is the Reno County 2026 budget discussion and or adoption. So with that, we need to open a hearing on that budget, or how?
It's really not a hear, I mean, but we can take public comment on the budget, because when we ask for, at the beginning of the meeting, we say for public comment for things that aren't on the agenda. This would be public comment on something on the agenda, if you'd like to hear public.
Okay, and we have some people in the audience who have applied to talk today. So with that, that'd be our next step, to let them state their views. And who do we have that's, I know Jim is back there, is on the agenda to speak.
Bronwyn Page with the Reno County Museum. I'll go probably before Jim or kind of.
For the people that watch online, we need someone to take their turn at the podium so we can hear them. Yep.
Hello, my name is Bronwyn Page, 410 West 6th Avenue, Hutchinson. I am speaking here today. I am a native Hutchstonian. I did move away for about 22 years in the Texas area and moved back around the age of 40 because I do love this town, and I want to see it succeed. And I will also agree with Mr. Hurst in that there are a lot of exciting things that I've hear about that are coming, and about revitalizing our downtown area. And with that, being at the Reno County Museum, I feel that we are a vital landmark there for this. I just hope that, let's see, after hearing everything, it's been exhausting, and I do not feel, I mean, I feel for all of you, and I really do. And budgets are not easy. And I know that you have to make cuts somewhere, but I guess what we're asking today is don't make the Reno County Museum so indispensable. I mean, we hold the history. We have over 50,000 items, over 50,000 items, and another 200,000 individual numbered pieces, meaning our pictures, our postcards, our records. All of that is being held by us, and we are in charge of that, but we are also in charge of a declining building, as well as not being able to efficiently provide our history to make it accessible to our community, which it should be. At one time, we hosted summer camps. We had professional speakers come through. We had programs to offer. They were free or at very little cost to the community. We still run that as our mission. We want to be there. As they stated, that this community is about 40% in poverty. We offer a free place for the younger kids to come with our Oodleplex, which is also learning and creative. With the budget that we have, after being cut by $45,000 last year, we are running at a very bare minimum. We do not have money for any other than just our basic maintenance, and even that is a struggling thing. The cut did not take into account for our staff. We are running on a 2.5 person. We have 2 full-time employees as well as 1 part-time employee. We all wear the hats of this, and without the extra support and being able to bring back what was lost in our programs and our engagements with our community, we're not able to show you that we can get back there if we're not given the money or the support to let us rebuild. As you spoke, that this community needs to rebuild from maybe decisions over the years that were not the right ones that led us to here, to all of our property taxes going up. But to us, to do that to our history, I just ask you not to consider the museum as one of those frivolous ones that we should just cut. Because what was told to me at one time, we can just find that on the internet. Well, who puts that on the internet? It's people like us. No one in the state of Kansas is really going to put our story, Reno County, the city of Hutchinson, of Plevna, of every other township within this county, is going to put that information available for students or anyone to look up on the internet. We need the support from our community to continue to preserve this, to offer these really, I think, positive things for our community, and bringing in the history and making it accessible for all of us to learn. And that is only a greater thing that I think that any county needs to have. And I think it's very sad that we're even discussing that the museum just isn't that important anymore, and that it's just easily fine with just cutting it down to where it won't be a museum. It would only be a preservation, a building, and that's it. And for the people that do use it and do really support it, it'd be just a very, very sad thing to lose. I kind of went off my script. I don't even think I read one thing off of it, but over the past few days, we've made some traction on the social media of Facebook. We've had quite a few people from our community speak out. Katie Broker wrote a wonderful open letter to the county commissioners on Facebook. She was a former director of operations, currently with the library. Laura Meyer-Dick with the Landmark wrote a lovely letter that she shared with me that she had sent to all of you. I hope that you all received that. And then also a lot of other supporters, a few of them that were here today had to leave, but they were here for us. And I do have Mr. Jim Potter, who's been a very notable supporter of the Reno County Museum and is one of our local historians. And he is here to offer his views, which I will bring that to him. And I thank you, County Commissioners, for everything that you do. And I just hope that from this year and the years forward to find a way to bring back the support of the Reno County Museum and the things that we could accomplish with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
This microphone seems like it's a foot away. Are we okay? All right.
Raise it if you need to, Jim. I don't know how much raise there is to it.
Okay. My name is Jim Potter. My wife and I live at 3708B Asbury Drive, so we're in Randy Park's district by about that much, I think. So I have a prepared letter to read to you, but I've got a few comments. Since I've been here for 2 hours, I've learned a lot. My wife and I have been taxpayers for real estate for the last 48 years, so we've spent a little money on Reno County. And my focus today is about not raising or lowering taxes as much as it's where the money goes. It's kind of like which pot does the money go into. And Randy and I do not agree, but we are talking, so I appreciate that. I see it as a quality of life issue, and that's what, Ron, you were talking about. There's a lot of good things going on. It's heartbreaking listening to the people that have the taxes that are just so burdensome. On the other hand, there are ways to attract people to Reno County, and that's what I wanted to talk about today. And for those of you that didn't do well in your history class, I apologize. This is about history. Hello, Reno County Commissioners. Thank you for your public service. I understand that you get a lot of flack about taxes being too high. I'm also aware that a good chunk of the taxes is due to entities you do not control. The school systems, especially USD 308 Hutchinson and Hutchinson Community College. I might not be here this morning if I understood why the commission voted to decrease the Reno County Museum's 2025 budget by over 23%. I hope that this year you will help the museum bounce back from that drastic cut. If part of your mission is to, quote, serve the community through effective leadership and innovation to enhance the quality of life in Reno County, unquote, then I'm here to ask you to increase the county's financial support of the Reno County Museum so it can work towards achieving its mission, quote, to collect, preserve, interpret, and share the history of Reno County, Kansas, to inspire awareness and appreciation of the past and present for future generations, unquote. I'm concerned that after last year's $45,000 reduction in the museum's budget to $140,000, you may have plans to continue in a downward direction. With the current budget, you have reduced the efficiency of the museum staff to a point where they are unable to fulfill the museum's mission. Keeping the current budget or reducing it further suggests a self-fulfilling prophecy where the museum is unable to achieve high standards because of a lack of staff. In response, the county commission may further reduce the museum's budget by noting the museum's lack of success. I'm trying to decide, am I watching a choreographed slow motion train wreck? I can't imagine trying to run the Reno County Museum with a staff of 2.5 employees. It sounds impossible. Up until 2 years ago, I supported the Reno County Museum. This was until there was an upheaval in staff. Prior to that, I enjoyed communicating with curator David Reed. We helped one another. If you ask AI who was the first sheriff of Reno County, the proper response is Charles Collins. If you ask for a photo of Collins, the image you see will be the one I discovered after 30 years of research. I located Collins's great-great-granddaughter, Jody Johnson Buck. Jody shared photos of Charles Collins and his wife, Loretta McMillan Collins, with me and the museum. The photos were from the time Charles and Loretta lived in Topeka prior to moving to Reno County. You can find important documents and photos of pioneer Henry Hartford in the museum. He was a Civil War veteran who was seriously wounded 5 times. In 1873, Hartford moved to Medora Township in Reno County, where he became a successful farmer and livestock breeder. While working with curator Reed, he discovered valuable documents and photos about Hartford in a museum in New Jersey, which he was able to acquire. When I learned of the expense that could not be covered by the budget, I donated $500. I share this information as an example of how residents of Reno County may support a professionally functioning museum that takes time to communicate with researchers and interested patrons. To those people who are minimally interested in local history, they may be satisfied with using their phone as a dictionary or encyclopedia, but they don't know what they don't know. The museum offers so much more: education, connection, and community. To me, a historian hobbyist, original artifacts give the viewer a much better opportunity of connecting with another time, place, and culture. The museum has an original Civil War uniform of Colonel Hartford. It's incredibly more impressive than a photo. Lynn Hartford, great-granddaughter of Henry Hartford, has also donated artifacts to the Reno County Museum. She is considering donating more, but I told her of my concern about the museum's viability. Just a reminder, an accession, the formal process of legally acquiring an object for a museum, is considered public trust, and each of you are public servants. As I said in my opening, I don't know the reason you cut the museum's budget last year, and I don't have a full picture of the demands you have for the 2026 budget, but I'd like to see you increase the museum's budget so it can begin to improve its operation and not be on life support. Please help save our museum. It's on a slippery slope of reduced funding and reduced personnel, which creates an inability to give more programs and to accept and care for important historical artifacts. Here are some questions for each of you. and I understand you're not going to answer them right now. 1, has the museum at 100 South Walnut been receiving the full and proper amount of allocated funds every year from the taxes raised in conjunction with the mill levy? 2A, what is your current point of view regarding the future of the museum at 100 South Walnut? 2B, 4 years from now, do you see the museum being run professionally and achieving its stated mission? 3, finally, have you heard about the downtown Hutch master plan that was approved in 2024? It shows South Walnut Street between East Avenue A and East Avenue B being closed to vehicle traffic. The idea is to increase and connect public spaces. This could lead to increased traffic to the Reno County Museum. Thank you for reconsidering the museum's future. Increasing its budget can help it recover from the past year of being understaffed and overworked, and help Reno County residents have a brighter future with a better quality of life. A more vital museum will give our residents and visitors a better opportunity to connect with our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jim. Any further comments in this session, this hearing?
This money that for the museum resolution, so that was put on a ballot and voted on, correct? For the money to be given to the mill levy for the museum.
Yes, and it has a mill levy up to a certain amount. It's not a guaranteed mill levy, but it's up to an amount.
But it was voted on. It was on a ballot and voted on by the public, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Well, you know, but my opinion is, if the public voted on it, I mean, that's what they get. I mean, it should not be up to us to change what the whole county voted on to do. Really, I don't feel like it's my job to change a vote.
It hasn't been changed because it was an up to number.
Up to, okay, well, I mean, they're entitled to it. I think they could do a little better job, but again, it's anything that's voted on, you know, put it on the ballot is fair to me.
Any other comments?
I've got a general comment. If I may.
Sure.
I want to thank those 4 or 5 people who contacted me by email with regarding to the museum. And our family does use that, so bring in a little sis. My wife brings in a little sis to that. But as a suggestion overall, when we're looking at these items here with regards to outside agencies, I would suggest, and I've been real positive about having communication. From that aspect, I'm wondering how many of our commissioners have actually toured the Conservation District, EMS, Economic Development, all of these listed here have gone in and communicated and learned exactly what they do and what the return is to the citizens, not just financially, but overall to the health and well-being of Reno County. And so from that aspect, and I'm not talking about just showing up, I'm talking about coming in prepared to ask questions and to listen and hear. And so that we have knowledge to make decisions. I sometimes wonder if I don't have enough knowledge on some of these areas myself. And so that's going to be a prerequisite. So I'm wondering, as just a thought, if in order to understand this, if maybe a couple of commissioners, maybe even the administrator or administrator help, someone from administration, would schedule a meeting and sit down and talk and get into the nitty-gritty, not be bashful about finding out just exactly what the money is where it comes from, what the opportunities are to, for other funds. And not just picking on the museum, but every one of these. As we look at them, we talk about them, we hear complaints about it all the time, but what do we actually know about them? What do we actually know about their finances, where it comes from, what opportunities are there? Not only from the taxpayer standpoint, but from individual standpoint. And I just question not only all of us, but myself on some of these. And I'm pretty familiar with the ag part of it, but and a couple others on here. But I'm just wondering if that wouldn't be something that we could consider in the future, to where we actually understand what they're doing, where their funds come from, what the results are, and so that we have some good knowledge to make decisions on this, just as a thought.
Well, Ron, you got me thinking. I've been going down the line counting. And personally, I've been to over 8 of these on this list. And, you know, it's a thought. To address Mr. Vincent, that's a maximum number that could be reached. But, and as to your questions, staff is real good about getting, I've read your letters, we've had them, we've read your emails and what have you. They are sent to us. If we've got access to it, I know what I do with them, I read them. That's part of the job here. But as far as, we've got advocates, and I love history myself. But the other side of that is we've got, I don't know if we take that 88 vote today, whether it would, none of us know how that would pan out. We've got a current set of new voters, and that's 37-year-old information. I know we got to work with that number. The thing of it is, we catch a lot of grief on these type of deals, a lot of grief. You got those that are for it and appreciate it and make their points known as you have today. There's also a heck of a bunch of them that we get the other way. Again, a balancing act. Hard to tell what's actually appropriate. I do know in our discussions, the numbers that are on the board, we've come up with a number that's higher than last year. Whether it's enough is debatable, and Ron's idea might be a good one for consideration, at least for next year. It's a little late to get into the sticks this year because of the way the budget process takes place and what has to take place at certain days on the calendar. But this is always the hardest and ugliest part of the year, is just daggum budget stuff. But we've discussed it probably more this year and had more special meetings than we normally do. This is where we're currently at. Your comments are greatly appreciated. And if somebody, Randy, you had something you wanted to say?
Well, I don't think the decisions, any of them come unlightly, ever. And even in my conversations to have done this, I mean, it was a $16,000 increase over last year, not what the ask was. But each one of us up here work to represent the county, but we also represent those that we talk to both in email, phone calls, and personal conversations that do or don't want our budget to go up or down, and they might add specific areas that they talk to us about, or they might just say in general, a lot of people, our taxes are too high, you need to lower it, or, you know, you get all kinds of comments, but I try to weigh them in the balance to people that, logical comments, if you will, as to supporting or non-supporting things, and I don't think I move into a decision to try to cut anybody's budget that I haven't heard over 50% in the direction that that's the way, as me being their representative, that they want me to move. But yet I know there's a lot of people who rely on these services, and we do use them in the community. Some do, some don't. But as far as the museum, we've asked 2 years in a row to see, and I realize the money helps do that, the visitorship go up, if you want to call it that, and it's not.
It has since I've been here.
Has it this last year? I was going to say, I haven't seen real numbers, but yeah, and maybe I'm forgetting that, but that was one of the big discussions, and so many things, Don kind of touched on it, in this day and age are different than they were 30, 40 years ago. I know I've got grown grandsons that are, one's in college this year, one's midway through high school, and another one in middle school, and it's a different generation coming up. I appreciate, I just made this comment earlier, I love going to Minden, Nebraska, going to Pioneer Village, been there, love the old stuff, but I'm kind of a mechanical person, and I love seeing that stuff, and I love history, but there's the generations under me. I'm a tail end of the baby boomers, but under me, there's generations that just honestly don't have the same desires, and I know you're trying to foster that, getting schools and things, but I'm hearing that it's not as viable as it was once. And I'm not saying it's not valuable at all. That ain't what I'm trying to say. So I'm not trying to justify any cuts, but we did raise it some in the percentage that we looked at bringing these down. You look at the top of the conservation, and Commissioner Hurst is exactly right. They do some matching funds, and it very well likely could hurt them. And I hate that, but I don't know. I've probably said as much as I need to say. It's tough on this side of the bench. It really is, I'll tell you, to make those decisions and sometimes sleep at night. But it is part of the job, and we try to do it the best that we can for the majority of the people that speak up. And I do appreciate everybody that's here today, because your input is very valuable to me, and I do appreciate it. So I don't know what else to say.
Anybody else? Anybody else out there?
Good morning, Commissioners. Deborah Tufel with the Hutchinson-Reno County Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to make a few comments, and then I'll turn things over to Lauren Storm with Greater Hutch Economic Development. As you know, the Chamber of Commerce is a partner with Reno County on many things. In fact, the mission of the Chamber was refined earlier this year, and our mission statement says working together to grow Reno County. So I take my role in that very seriously as a partner. I want to speak to the budget request that you have in front of you for Greater Hutch Economic Development, but also holistically, the Chamber of Commerce has a public policy agenda that talks about the things that are important to our mission, and those are things like economic development, workforce development, healthcare, housing policy, taxation policy, and childcare. And how we work together to grow Reno County is embedded in all of those public policy statements. Fiscal responsibility and what you guys have in front of you is core to the tenets of that public policy agenda. And I think you're doing a fabulous job of trying to look at every last cent that you're spending in your budgets. I also just want to make sure that you're thinking strategically, because people got up here today. I was at the State Fair Board meeting earlier, so I wasn't here for all of it, but I tuned in as I was driving. And people were talking about their property taxes. But they were also talking about some had moved here. Some have been lifelong Reno County residents. I happened to move here 8 years ago. People want to move to a place that invests in itself to grow. And I think the investments that you're making in some of the, what you call outside agencies, I view as partner agencies. We are an extension of your work. You don't have an inside economic developer within Reno County. What you have is a partner that you're investing $50,000 a year in that allows you to invest $50,000, and we go raise 90% of the other funding that helps the agency that funds the positions in Greater Hutch Economic Development. The core of what we do in economic development is about growing businesses that are here. We also work to bring in new business. And so Reno County and the other taxing entities get to be a beneficiary of every single one of those new investments that companies are making here. You get to tax them. I've heard people talk about how our population is shrinking. Kansas rural communities have to fight for every last person. I heard criticism earlier about the 4 people that are looking to move to Reno County under the Make My Move program. Make My Move is one piece of multifaceted economic development strategy, and we need every last one of those people to move here. Because they help grow our community, but we can't do that without investments that you're making in housing agencies. And in the work we're doing in workforce development is core to that too. People can't move here if they don't have housing and childcare, and so you must invest in those things. You also need to make sure it's a place that people have sound mental health and that they are treated for drug addiction and that they have proper emergency medical services. There's nothing on that list that is optional. All of those things are necessary, even the quality of life that's supported by the Reno County Museum. It's not optional. We need things that contribute to our quality of life, that make us unique. Reno County Museum operates Stratica, and it's one of the things that we point to in tourism that is one of the most essential top 8 wonders of Kansas, and we need to honor that. And I want every time when people talk about Reno County for people to talk with pride about the great things that we have here. We're working on an economic development strategic plan that we've asked all of you to be a part in. Some of you attended focus groups. Some of you came to the public forums. We are going to be rolling out a new economic development strategic plan. The core of that, again, is increasing pride in Reno County, increasing the businesses that are here and help them grow jobs. And since I stood up for our budget request back in April, WIFCO Steel has announced, as you know, an expansion. They're investing in technology and new jobs. Superior Boiler is adding jobs. Tyson Foods and Collins have added many dozens of new jobs. APAC Shears broke ground on a new regional headquarters here in May that will be coming out of the ground. I saw dirt moving the other day. There are many, many positives. You have to listen to the negatives, but every time that there's a negative, I want the first thing that comes out of people's mouth are the positive things that are happening in Reno County, because it is a positive place and it is growing. And we are about to be on the doorstep of the largest investment ever to happen in Reno County, with $1 billion energy plant that is about to be approved to go on McNew Road. We have not seen an investment like that in decades. Ever. We've never seen an investment like that. And that project, I guarantee you, would not be coming here without the efforts of our economic development team. So I employ a team, Lauren Storm, Katie Fallon, Seth Farley, and I support them myself, and they're doing economic development every day, and we couldn't do it without every last dollar. Now, we requested $55,000 this year. I appreciate the $50,000 that you're investing. I will go raise every other last dollar from the private sector every single day. We are doing that under the current campaign, which is Reno Rising. We're about to launch, and you'll hear at the October 8th meeting, our new strategic plan that we're going to call Elevate Reno County, because every single person here has an obligation to elevate Reno County. So I appreciate what you do. I want every person that lives here to feel like you are a part of elevating this county to a place that it can be. And so I try to be positive every day, but it's really hard to listen to the negative comments about how our county isn't doing anything. Our county is doing many things that many people are envious of. And the Department of Commerce brought their whole entire team here to the Cosmosphere just 2 weeks ago. Their whole team of 300 people working to grow our state, and they were in our community because they wanted to see what was happening here in Hutchinson and Reno County, and I'm really proud of that. We just put a mural on our building that says all roads lead to Hutch, and we need to keep reminding people that all roads lead to Hutch. I just came from the State Fair board meeting, and at that board meeting, they want to know how they can continue to solidify the relationship with the county and the city, and how they can do a better job to make sure that we're all working together, and I know you guys want to do that. I'm going to turn it over to Lauren to talk just briefly about our workforce development initiatives, and then I just want to wrap up with putting a plug in for Startup Hutch 2. They work in entrepreneurship. We're all on that entrepreneurship ecosystem partnership, and we couldn't do what we do without starting up new businesses too. So thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lauren Storm, 12 West 21st Avenue. It has been my privilege for the last 3 years to work in economic development for Reno County. Greater Hutch is underneath the umbrella of the chamber, but we are the economic development partnership for the county. And in recent years, especially in our workforce development efforts, we have made known that the countywide approach is very much part of our story. And certain initiatives that we discussed earlier today, like Make My Move, but there's other programs that we have worked with in tandem with staff and with the council on creating creative ways to respond to the needs that we hear in the community, chief of which is housing. And we've heard that as we've been through this strategic plan process, as we have talked with our other partners. And so the Reno County Housing Grant is one of those that we help to administrate and that we work in partnership, that we have applicants for, and that we are utilizing to leverage to showcase some of our development opportunities in Hutchinson, Haven, and Bueller, just to name a few. But as we've I find it interesting, the topics that we have worked around thus far in this session, but I think that there's connecting threads for all of them. While things come down to the bottom dollar, come down to budget, come down to that everyone is beholden to their budget. However, there's a long game at play, and we have to be trying things very innovatively in order to address future needs that we are feeling now. So we are doing that by really reinforcing our workforce pipelines. I work directly in business retention, expansion, and workforce program development, and you all partner with us on that, particularly in one of my first programs that we helped develop, which was Career Quest. And we're starting off with education days with that to take all Reno County 6th grade students to show them the assets and amenities that we have for their career preparation and also career opportunities that are right here in their own backyard. So that's a really essential piece of building pride and planting seeds in our younger students. We've since expanded offerings to address the workforce pipeline all the way through college years and those up into their earning years with amenities for our high school students, and then a new program called Dragon Quest that we are partnering with Hutch CC to connect students with employers to particularly address those who maybe aren't on a trades pathway but have a different skill set that is still extremely vital and valuable to our community. I think that we really get the opportunity in economic development amidst all the myriad opportunities and things that are coming through the pipeline and that are actually being realized in our community right now that Deborah had mentioned. But we get to tout the positivity, and we get to talk about what pride we have in ourselves and how we can continue to be outward facing in that to other communities. But we have to have that conversation with ourselves as well in order to acknowledge the skill set we have, how we want to grow, and who we need in our community, because we don't necessarily have a jobs problem, we have a people problem. And that is what things like the housing program and Make My Move and other partnerships that we have available are going to bring to us. So as Deborah likes to say often, economic development is a team sport, and we are very grateful to have a wonderful teammates in you all and our other community partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I see any further comments? Seeing none, I guess at this point, we got to repeat the process. Do I hear well, Randy, do you have something to add?
Well, I can talk a little bit about the budget. It's in the memo, kind of overview. The current proposed recommended budget is a total budget of $90.7 million. That includes all possible expenditures, such as solid waste post-closure fund that's actually not being used, the full $8 million there. So that's basically the budget authority to spend everything that we could. The $29.197 million is the property tax amount. And I wanted to I'll go down here to just to kind of especially if some of the conversations earlier today, as it is hard to pay property taxes, but I wanted to point out that as the appraiser doesn't set the taxes, he sets the values, the county commission doesn't, on the other side, only takes his information as the mill levy to then know what we need for expenditures. So they are two independent sets of numbers, the valuations and the tax levy. But if you look from 2014 through 2026, so 10 years, the tax levy has gone up an average of 2.97%. Inflation in that same period is 2.95%. So yes, the 26 budget has a large increase, but when you look at it over a 10-year period, it's right in line with inflation. I mentioned this with the mill levy since 2021 has gone down every year. So every year the county commission has been cutting the mill levy, cutting taxes as much as possible, separate from valuation increases, but the rate of taxation has gone down for 5 years. So raising it this year was to kind of catch up where the previous years it had kept going down, but our costs go up. So we've been using up cash reserves and other area funds to cover that shortfall in revenues. And then wanted to point out that the 2.263 mil increase for the county for every $100,000 home, that's $26.02 annually. Just kind of perspective. So you can multiply it by the value of your residential home, but it is, even though it is an increase, that amount for Reno County is not that much. So I just kind of want to make sure you're aware of that. We have made a lot of cuts. Let me go back up here. I did want to point out that, let's see if I can find it. The assessed valuation went up 4.28%, but which would, for a flat mill levy, result in 4.73% increase. But we have it more like a 6%. So even with the valuation going up, it doesn't cover what we need. We would need to cut another $2 million, $2.8 million, or a little over $2 million, or actually, sorry, $1.7 million to get a flat mill levy. So just want to bring some of those numbers to your attention. Going to the partner agencies that we had, as we had some public comments, the museum had asked for $200,000. You guys came up with $156,000. The maximum for them would be $180,000. When we set the maximum budget, it was $180,000. The other partner agencies, conservation, I believe, asked for $50,000. Greater Hutch $55,000. 4-H $20,000. So all of those technically could go back up to that amount. Startup Hutch asked for $90,000, but just kind of giving you an overview of where we're at there. You could go back up on some of them, but I would ask that you table the adoption of the budget until next meeting and maybe have a special meeting next week, just because we would then have to go back, put those numbers in the spreadsheet, verify that all the calculations on the Excel were done correctly so we have no mistakes. And then we would bring that back to you with a separate number. But other than that, the budget presented as recommended before you is based on the last budget session.
And in our discussions, we have lowered the mill levy that we thought we were going to have, both in fire and in our general budget itself. Correct? From what I read.
Yes, from the maximum budget for the county budget, not the special districts. The county budget, there was a cut of about $449,200, and so it did lower the mill levy a little bit, probably half. That's about half mil a little over $500,000 of a cut from the
And the
maximum.
fire districts here, that turned out,
Yes, and that'll be when we do the special districts budget, but Fire District 1 went from a little over 10 mils to 8.99 mils.
well, we got the exact figures. Well, I guess, any discussion up here?
Well, adopting, taking them back up to the level where they were or what their ask was is not going to change enough to matter, will it, if we did adopt that? How would that adjust the mill levy any? There's not much money there.
It would have very little effect. It would just be, I mean, I'm trying to remember, you guys cut from the partner agencies.
Not counting the partner agencies, the budget doesn't mean the overall county operational budget is the maximum that can be spent. If departments can come up with savings that are not forecasted, then that won't be that spending. So I just want to point out that this is a maximum spending. Am I correct?
Yes.
And so I feel very confident in the directors that we have that will be as conscious as possible in saving your taxpayers' money. They always have been and will continue to be. And I think we'll have a little effort in that area as commissioners. So I just want to point that out. That's a maximum amount. Correct?
Any further comments? I would say I'd entertain a motion if somebody wishes to do so.
We can entertain a table motion for this or not?
If you want to increase.
If we want to look at it from further feedback. I would entertain a motion to table this till we have further feedback to come to a future meeting.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Would you want to, yeah. For timing, can you guys have a special budget session to adopt this next Wednesday? Come back next, that would,
Well, I would think we'd have to if we're going to do something.
yeah, we need to probably do it before the final meeting of September. But
Time-wise, we have to.
But for clarification, so for staff, when you say,
Well, I was going to say, you guys got to jam the numbers, what works for you.
we're going to have the numbers that you want. So any changes from this recommended, we would need to know before the meeting. So if you had those numbers now, like if it's partner agencies to increase back to the maximum or to the requested, and is that for all the agencies or some of them?
It seems to me like we spent quite a bit of time reviewing this and having study sessions anyway. And while I appreciate the opportunity, Commissioner Parks, to hear some more comments, and thoughts, I personally would prefer to because we spent a lot of time and worked off and on this quite a while, several months, I'd prefer just to go on with this projected budget.
Commissioners, one, just as a comment, the museum is a separate tax levy fund. I don't know, if you were wanting to give them more, we probably could, and you came up with it later and you didn't want to increase the budget, you could transfer from the general fund, I think. You could pay them from the transfer. The other Greater Hutch, Startup Hutch, 4-H Fair, I think are all out of the general fund. So it would just change those numbers a little bit. Conservation District, I think, may also be out of the,
If there was input to be made and you come up with something without a meeting and you give the information back to us, you'd need it still in an official vote, correct? But you could take a consensus, could you not?
I could take a consensus of the dollar amount changes.
And then bring it to the.
And then at the meeting next week, you would have, or you'd have it before then, you would have it by the end of this week or early next week, you would have those numbers of what it would be.
Personally,
Well,
If you did a consensus, you could take it forward to the next meeting, could you not, without a special meeting? I'm just asking.
Probably prefer having the special meeting, just
asking.
so the state doesn't question our budget.
Personally, for me,
I don't see why it could be done next meeting.
I'd like to get it done today, and we've studied this thing and we've studied this thing. And the last proposal over there is just taking funds and moving it. Don't like to be doing that because that's a fund that for emergencies. I'd rather let this year alone and move forward. Now, we've got a motion on the floor. I need to take a vote on that motion, correct?
You do, and I was just going to make a procedural comment. Since we only have 4 commissioners, any motion to pass will have to get 3 votes, which would include a motion to table, and it'll also include the budget. So we could be here a while potentially if you guys aren't on the same page. But yeah, I mean, you do have a motion and a second that you need to call when you're done with discussion.
Okay, just trying to get this in my head.
And if you guys, another thing, if you give us the numbers now, I can see if, I can't guarantee, but if you want to table and maybe come back this afternoon instead of a whole meeting next week, since we had the maximum budget set, we may be able to get the numbers calculated today. It just won't be right away.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's too much to do.
I guess it boils down to a little bit about what changes you want to make.
I guess we're discussing if we're to vote.
Well, we're discussing, so you got what Mike Ron says, what do you want to change? We're discussing it before the vote.
What's the dollar impact of taking them back where? What's the dollar impact taking them back where they were? I figure you probably have that.
Well,
pretty close anyway. I mean,
have to look at
if we took them up where they wanted to be and it ain't make that much difference, and, I mean,
the
overall of $90 million budget, you're not going to see it on your taxes. So.
The difference between 3 million or 3,407,56 and 3,376,504.
Yeah, it's.
Somebody got a calculator handy?
It's about $31,002.
Yeah, it's 30-some thousand. I think the museum could go, I think their maximum budget, well, it was set at 195,000. So that would be, I'm on different spreadsheets up here. So that would increase theirs by 40,000.
I go back to the
39,000.
I'd go back to the fact that I think we need some real conversation with each one of these so that we're all knowledgeable about the different programs. Before we start making drastic changes, I think we need to have some serious conversations with each one of these to see, so that we have some actual knowledge and ideas and thoughts on what we can do, what they can do.
It's 61,500. If you went with the maximums, I have.
For all agencies?
For all those partner agencies, yes.
Back up to their ask.
Oh,
Back up to
actually,
their ask.
Make that 63,000. I forgot about the 4-H fair. Add that 1,500, so 63.
Well, I argued for increases on some and didn't get them, or staying the same and got actual decreases. We do have the ability today to change those.
Yes, you can go up to
And
their.
give you solid figures to go forward with.
If you give.
But the museum wouldn't be their ask, it'd be what is, am I understanding right, would be the figures for the maximum.
When we set the maximum, we didn't get the full amount. It would be 195,000. So we would change, and it's a little more. So conservation district would go to 50,000. Emergency medical services stays the same. Greater Hutch would go to 55,000. Horizon same. 4-H at 20,000.
9,000.
And then drug course the same. Extension would go up to 395,000. Museum would go to 195. Startup Hutch would go to 90,000, and tech would remain at 400,000. So it's a good amount of money. It will, but it's part of that maximum. So that 400-some thousand that we decrease from the maximum would just be
So we had a whole
subtracted.
study session, came in special for to turn this exactly around and give it all back.
Well, the study session was for the entire budget. This is just the partner agencies piece. But yeah, you guys did a lot of work talking about the partner agencies to get to the numbers. We looked at averages, and then you kind of made discussions of where you were at.
So if we don't do it for all of them, we're still short in some. Correct?
Yeah, if you did it for, well, conservation, Greater Hutch, 4-H, extension, museum, and startup Hutch are the ones that had decreases from their request. So it would be choosing all of them or some of them that you want to go back to closer to their request.
I thought we had this hashed out. And I suppose, and you're wanting to have a session next Wednesday to further hash this thing out that we went over and over.
We think if you give us the numbers now and you tabled it for a couple hours, maybe took a lunch break. I mean, we still have an executive session and we still have the rest of the meeting, but then came back, give an hour break, we should have it. And just meet later this afternoon. If you want to increase.
We're going to be meeting well into the afternoon with what we've got left. Anyway, what's your days like, guys? Did you have something?
I'm pretty well full till the doctor's appointment too.
I'm
pretty well full to 4.
So you've got things to do this afternoon?
Yeah, I do.
So that.
Or do a special meeting next week. Or adopt it as is.
Well, Richard's not here. So it makes more sense if you're gonna do this, to do it next week. So you have a full commission.
Because I have a feeling we're going to have, well, I can't speak for anybody, but the way that it sounds, we'd have as Patrick was alluding to, a 2-2.
It would be nice to have the full commission present. I mean, it's not required because we can have 3 votes, but if you guys are going to change things from study session, it would make some sense just to me. I guess that's not a legal opinion. That's just me brainstorming with you.
And Commissioner Shonda is watching. She's the one that works on the spreadsheet. Her estimates would be the mill levy would go from the 37.767 that's proposed for adoption to 37.858 mills. So she's kind of watching. If you whenever put everything, I think, put it back, it would be that.
37 what?
0.858.
As opposed to?
That's at least the historical museum, adding it back. So it depends on which ones you go.
so it could be higher.
But we would be able to get it done. We probably could get it done before the end of the meeting if you do the other stuff in the executive session.
So if I was to withdraw my motion, and you did that and brought it back, if we wanted to go full, we could do that,
I think,
and then adopt it at the end of the meeting.
I think if you withdrew your motion and if someone were to make a motion to table the budget adoption until the end of the meeting, you could deal with your other business and then come back to your budget, which is, so what I'm saying is, sorry. I think what you're discussing is, this is item 7B that we're on.
Yes.
So I guess if you withdrew your motion and tabled item 7B until the end of the meeting. Until, to the end of the meeting, we could do all the other things we have left.
Well, I mean, because I said here and here, both sides of me back and forth a little bit too, and myself, I'm a little perplexed at a couple of things maybe, but I'm okay either way. But if you could have it done in that time frame, and I know the feelings of a couple of them here certainly would like to have that back up, and I'm not unpersuaded to raise some. It's not going to affect the budget that much, that to support them wouldn't be a bad thing. I would withdraw my motion if you think you can pull it off, if you get a consensus to take it back up and give us the figures. I mean, somebody else could motion, I guess, beyond that, but.
I guess you'd be looking for a motion to table 7B to the end of your meeting would be the next possible step here. Or a motion to adopt the budget as presented is also available.
Well, that was on the floor, wasn't it? Or no, it was table until next week,
Coming down, you made this motion before that motion was made.
Well, I took it away, so it's gone.
I haven't heard anybody say what they want to change it for yet. I haven't heard any solid figures yet. Where do you know, are we just gonna come back and not hear any solid figures again? Or what? I don't know, I just am a little perplexed.
Well, that's what I say, I'm hearing on one side of me that we would want to go to what their maximum is. I'm hearing the other side, they should have justly had more money, and so I thought, well, I'm not sure where I need to be on the motion. That's why I took it away, and then we can discuss it.
Understood.
I'd hate to have it hung and then not anything go.
Yeah, we're under the constraints of law to.
Which brings up an interesting concept. It's difficult when you're not retired to do this and be here some days. And it does put a damper on this, and I'll just throw this out for the future. I think it would behoove the county to move forward in such a way to make the commissioners be available at any given time that they'd like to be, other than retired people. We had that one point in time in Reno County, and I think we need to move to be able to have us available during a day to go be with them and do some other things. And I'm certainly available right now to do that, but I might not always be, and I would like to be in a position to be that way, because I think we could do great work if we could do that. I'm with you on that, Mr. Hurst, but we're not there right now, so that may be a future discussion.
Well, we're among the lowest paid, and if we're going to get a full-time job out of this, there may have to be some changes there too. And I'm not for that. I signed up for this and I knew what the pay was when I showed up. And we are putting a lot more time in on behalf of this than is normally talked about, especially if you make a bunch of the meetings that you're invited to gain the knowledge you need to make a good vote. You can be somewhere every night. And
well, even if you work, you can spend 20 hours a week easy.
Yeah.
Hours just reading, so
yeah. So there's a lot there, and that's a whole nother deal. But
yeah,
we've got this in front of us, and we got to get something taken care of.
Well, I'd make a motion to see that thing at the end of the meeting. If we could get the figures thrown in there, just put them back to where they ought to be, and let's see what it is. what their ask was.
Their request.
What their request was.
So that's.
I know there's a lot of value in those, but we were looking at cutting, and I felt at that time it was fair to make equal cuts. I mean, everybody going to be sacrificial, it ought to be sacrificial. But I do know, for instance, conservation, that may kill their match that they get from the state, and that's not fair to them. They need the money, so.
Yeah, because they're always short.
But I would say this, in lieu of the representatives here from the museum, you know, if we give you the full ask, we better see some production this year out of that, because next year could be another story, you know, from those of us that have any
The reality is, I don't think any of us are going anywhere. No, we're not up.
Not for the next budget, yeah, so we'll be able to watch it.
We will remember today.
And, you know, we saw some things over in Butler County that was very interesting in that Quad County meeting. And there may be some adaptation to some of these other counties that would increase interest in a museum. And I think, and that was part of the reason why my comments were made earlier, is that it'd be nice to have budgets from all of these partner agencies, so we had an idea and a little more knowledge, so that you could justify either expansion of revenue or decrease in revenue.
Well, if we're gonna do this, let's and instruct them to do this.
Here's what the Shonda was watching, so it's.
Yeah, sorry.
So based on, sorry to block the camera, but.
No, that's fine.
They're requested, if you put them, here's what they could be. That's the only one that's lower, $5,000. But that means.
But that puts them in a hell of a lot.
That's then the budget you would adopt, if you wanted to give them back. Their requests, other than museum, would be 190, I think, or
195 it says here.
So it'd be 5,000 less than your request, but still significantly increase. But that's, so that would be a budget of, total budget of $90,814,371 with a ad valorem tax of $29,267,498.
We ask all of our department heads to cut.
Yeah.
And they did a fine job with regarding to, in my opinion, of evaluating their budgets.
And these are partner agencies and not our own people. I know some of them are cutting it really close. You know, there's got to be a better way to do this. And I don't know how it'd be, because this comes up every year. Any cuts we make, they come in on this final day, and then there you either want or there needs to be changes, because somehow we've got to get with these partner agencies and, like Ron's saying, have them explain, like we do with our own personnel, how they arrived at this figure. And instead of having these partner agencies come in at a later date, like on today, when there's not the time left to do it.
I agree with that. It's hard to make an informed decision.
But we gotta get somewhere, some way today. You wanna make a motion to do it, and we'll see if it passes. If it's hung up, we'll just have to make a different motion.
The present is 37.7. 6767.
37.767 is the one that's in the back, the mill levy in the packet. That's $29,197,200 in ad valorem tax. You increased it, the number would be, for ad valorem tax would be $29,267,498.
I'm gonna make a motion to leave the budget as presented by staff. And we just move forward.
And next year?
Next year, we'll look at it more intently. I feel as though we're cutting some out that probably needs some help, but I agree with you, Mr. Hurst. If they can't present a budget and tell us how they use our money that they're gonna have, and certainly in the Chamber's defense, we give them some other money, but it doesn't help their administration. It's passed on to other businesses, so we do spend money in that regard, but.
Commissioners, just to clarify, when we have the partner agencies come make presentations in April and May, that's the intent, was for them, that's when they present the budget to you guys and explain their services. So that's when they do it. Department heads, we do it in June, May or June. So both department heads and partner agencies do similar things, it's just different times.
Anyway, that's where I'm at.
So your motion,
To leave it as it was presented.
Do we hear a second?
to leave it as it was.
As it was.
As presented.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Abigail?
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vincent,
No.
Commissioner Hurst,
Yes.
Commissioner Bunger,
Yes. Motion passes.
Not that we don't think you're very important, okay?
But we just need a little different setup in future years. Been here for 3 of these, and I'm understanding that we need to change things up a little bit so we get more information at the right times. Before
And you did get a little bit more money, museum.
But with that, let's see. We adopted it. We're closing the hearing.
You had already closed the hearing, that's the county's budget has now been adopted.
Okay,
Now
good.
you move to the special district's budget and open the revenue neutral rate public hearing.
Okay, so for the special,
I would move to adopt a resolution 2025-2027 for the Reno County Special District's 2026 budget.
You have to have the public hearing first.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I thought he opened it. Sorry about that,
well,
Commissioner.
I'm learning every day, just like the rest
I
of
haven't
us.
learned that yet, I guess.
Well, as before, I'll open the hearing for the Reno County Special District's 2026 budget. Do we have any statements either from staff or up here? Any discussion on this hearing? I'm not seeing any and hearing any. So there has been no public discussion. So I think I'm closing the hearing on this particular special districts. And with that, we're open for a motion to adopt. Correct? Correct?
Number 2 on the record, in front of you, number 2, could be number 2 on the recommended motion.
Yeah.
I would move to adopt resolution 2025-27 for the Reno County Special District's 2026 budget to levy a property tax rate exceeding the revenue neutral rate for the district funds as reflected in the resolution.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any?
The motion was to what? Adopt.
Adopt this number 3 right here. Adopt the 25-27 for special districts budget, which is mostly the fire districts, correct?
We have fire district, sewer district number 8.
Yes. Anyway, we have a motion in place. Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, Abigail, help us out.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vincent, Commissioner Hurst,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner.
Yes. Motion passes. So we are now seven. Okay. So now 70, where are we at here? So what am I looking at here? The special districts, whether we would adopt the special districts.
Special district budget, that includes fire district, the new consolidated fire district 1, fire district 2, and then
Those two
all the
joint.
sewer districts and water districts. Not all of them are tax levied. The only tax levied funds are fire district 1, fire district 2, fire district joint number 2, Reno Harvey Bond and Interest Fund, and sewer district 8, the Highlands Bond and Interest Fund.
Okay.
The rest are still their budgets, which are part of the budget adoption. They just don't have a mill levy.
Okay. So I would ask if there's any discussion on these items? If,
I've got a question. Originally, here last meeting, I think we heard, or meeting before, that the mill levy was gonna be 12 something for the fire districts.
yeah,
Fire District 1 was gonna be higher. When we had that, I think it's in,
I thought all the
Can't
rural
see it.
fire districts at one time were gonna be around 12.
yes, but when they got the final numbers
So-
in,
Final number.
when you look at the maximum here, and I can't read it as well from the screen, but all the other fire districts, not knowing, because we had that protest period for the the creation of Fire District 1, we had the other fire districts with their cash balances and what their rate would be. When that was taken out and all their cash and everything was moved over completely to Fire District 1, it showed that the mill levy would go down to the 8.99. So that's where that decrease came from, is we now do not have these other fire districts as a tax levy at all. It's just this one at 8.999.
Well, I just wanted a little more clarification on that.
There were no cuts to the actual expenditures, but with the cash balances, the change,
Okay.
once the protest period ended, we could move all the money into Fire District 2.
Okay.
okay, so any other questions? Discussion? Then I call for a motion.
Motion to approve is.
We have a motion to approve the budget as presented, correct? Am I correct in thinking?
It'd be as recommended, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Abigail?
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Vincent,
I'm gonna vote yes.
Commissioner Hurst,
Yes.
Now it ain't gonna rain, it's gonna snow.
Commissioner Bogner.
Yes. Well, now, next thing, I gotta sort through this stuff. We've been piling paperwork up.
It's the IT annual report is the next
Okay.
item.
Tim, new subject.
Had to wake him up back there.
Yeah, it was a couple naps. That's nice. So, well, good afternoon, commissioners. As I do, wrote you guys a whole novel to read through, so I won't go back through it point by point, but just some highlights for this year. Been fully staffed, no turnover. Kind of workloads interconnected between all of our staff, and I seem to get positive feedback on everyone. Overall, we're at about 75% of our budget, 64% on our personnel, 74% on our operational, and about 80% on our capital. We'd expect to be about 75% this time of year. Taken in about 3,300 tickets so far this year. Based on trends versus last year's 3,926, we're looking to end the year at about 4,900 tickets through our help desk. About 1.5 million emails received, like all sorts of fun metrics in there for you. We've still not been able to devote more time to additional trainings to be built, but we do continue to do the cybersecurity training every Monday morning.
What's the spike in emails in November? Any idea?
In November?
They just had a big spike. I was curious.
Oh, I don't remember what it
Dumb
was.
observation, I know.
It's fine.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah, it varies. I mean, there's not really a rhyme or reason for when people want to send giant phishing campaigns. They just do. So, just stuff the team's always on the watch for. So, and then I gave you a whole list of projects. It's not entirely there. I realized after sending it, it didn't have our strategic initiatives in it, and then some other random things, but it's pretty exhaustive. I guess that's the long and short of everything. So did you guys have any questions or concerns or outbursts or anything?
Busy crew.
I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. We're on budget. Things seem to be. So if nobody else has any comments or questions.
Thank you for keeping us safe and operating. Appreciate it.
Doing our best, thanks. And I'm
Yeah.
glad this was lighter than the discussion this morning. So
Thank you, Tim.
thank you guys. Have a good day.
So next item, county administrator reports.
In your packet are monthly reports for the appraiser, automotive, community corrections, emergency management, facilities, health department, and human resources. Any questions on anything in their reports?
I personally read through them, didn't see anything that looked out of line.
Okay. The only other item I have on my, report is, even though it's only September, I wanted to point out as I was looking at the Kansas Association of Counties conference in December, I believe the conference is the 9th, 10th, and 11th of December. The first county commission meeting is on the 10th. So I wanted to see, and then the second meeting currently of the county commission would be on the 24th, Christmas Eve. The county's closed. I wanted to see if you guys are open to moving the December commission meetings to the 3rd and 17th, the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays instead of the 2nd and 4th. That way we won't have conflicts with commissioners and staff being at KAC or Christmas Eve.
I think that makes total sense to do that. We're far enough in advance that everybody would be able to know that there was a slight change in meeting dates.
Yeah, we'll get that out. The other thing I have is, it was kind of mentioned, but I'm going to be trying to set up a meeting with the area legislators to meet with the commissioners and talk about our legislative platform. I'm going to reach out to them first to see what kind of days, months works best for them, to where I can try to get all 5 of them at one time. Are there any dates in the next couple months or days of the weeks that do not work?
If there's 5 of them and 5 of us, do we have to arm wrestle? Because I don't want Sweely. He's a big kid. Don't give that to Ron.
That would definitely get the press to be there.
We've got a lot better coverage than we've had in years.
Yeah, I'm just.
But anyway.
Got to be a little lighthearted at the end here.
Yeah. The other thing here is whatever you can get set up, and it might even have to be an evening meeting. Some of these guys got work schedules too. You know, the,
So it may be
they
a-
are our reps, but they also have their own businesses or have 9-to-5 job.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll reach out to them, see if I can find a time that works for them, and then let you guys know. So,
Well, I'm fairly flexible.
Okay.
You do what you need to on your end. I'll just tell the guys I'm not going to be here. And that's the way it is. So with that, anything else, Randy? County Commission reports or comments. Ron, do you have anything you?
Nothing that urgent.
Okay. Randy?
No, other than we got roped into milking goats this year again. And
Yeah.
I understand there's a grudge match between the city, I've heard. And so, anyway, last year we only got to the first round and drew a milk dud.
Yeah.
So wouldn't give us any milk. So maybe we'll do a little better this year. We'll see.
Technique, all technique.
Well, I tell you what, he's got the best technique. He usually gets the most milk.
It wasn't technique. She didn't. But I will say this: I had one of the commissioners tell me that it's. How do I say this delicately? It's almost for the goat a hormonal or emotional thing. So, what I've decided to try to do, because Commissioner Hurst is going to join us this year, is have him whisper in the ear of our goats and get them ready.
So, sometimes there's a natural point where the meeting should be over, and we're very close to that point.
I know. I said I'm going very delicately here.
There's going to be no milk at all then.
You're probably right. I'm done.
Ron, what do you have to say?
Boy, howdy, now you open things up, haven't you? Well, I will tell you this, I kind of had some fun at home because I suggested to my wife that I nominated her for the goat milking contest since she had that experience before. I kind of had that off for a reason, I think. But anyway, I think we've got a good dairyman here that can go early and choose the right goat.
Well, sometimes the right ones aren't left. Depends on where you are in line.
Yeah.
And
I brought up about some positive things. You know, we've got a new newspaper here that's covering local stuff really good. And so I really want to thank Jackson and especially the ones who came in here and got it going.
Joey and his wife. And
Yeah.
they've had a good crew with the local paper out home, and they've extended it.
Done a really good job with that. And I think we've got a bunch of good young leaders here. I think we just need to back those and understand that status quo, as we've talked about, is not acceptable. You're either falling behind or getting ahead, and so I think they're trying to get us ahead. And just as a thought, maybe we need to put some of this good information up here that we see on the regarding taxes and what's been done the last several years, as well as what our county taxes are and then what the total taxes are statewide, possibility on the website. And so that's a little more, people will, at least when we get a call, we can tell them, go check this out. Just a thought, if that's something that might be able to be done. Administration can make that decision as far as I'm concerned, just a thought. And so, everybody's had a good rain.
Yep. Change the economic outlook of this county tremendously. For my comments, I got a couple of things I want to bring up. Recently on a vacation, had cell phone service sporadically, and some things came up as I was gone or right before I left. The fact that we've got a railroad, a member of the community that shut down 8 miles of our intersections, one of them being a commonly traveled county road without saying anything to our county personnel. Wasn't aware of it, was in the tractor on Wednesday evening. Had a constituent call up and say the roads have been closed for 8 miles in our county for 3 days now, end of the workday. I didn't have transportation other than my tractor, so I called Randy. Randy started checking into it. The first thing we agreed should be done, Sheriff's Department should be notified. Don Britton should be notified as head of Public Works, who should have been notified before anything was done to our road. No townships that I know of were talked to on the rest of it. The bottom line here is, I was very frustrated when I got home. A half hour later, I got my car and I drove the route. And he was absolutely correct. Every intersection for 8 miles, from the edge of Hutchinson to the county line, was closed by the railroad, all at the same time. They needed to do the work. Some of those intersections, people were driving on the opposite side of the road if there was no traffic they needed repairs. And I commend them for making the repairs. But they could have done it in a lot better fashion. They could have took into consideration the county. By the way they did it, they created their own detours without talking to our people, which put vehicles in places they maybe shouldn't have been, heavy vehicles. We're lucky in the area where it is. There's no large bridges, nothing like that could be damaged. But the next time they do something, they need to take our county into consideration and what it does to our citizens. I ask staff to check into what the laws are. Can we find them? What are our possibilities? It turns out we have no authority to do anything. I was going to ask today, maybe we should create some laws on the local level. Patrick sent me the information that states when the government, the United States feds, gave the railroads and they started making regulations and restrictions, one of the first paragraphs is they're the sole entity that can make any regulations for the railroad, which took away our home rule of being able to do something and create our. So anytime anybody, since we don't have anything on the state level that helps us locally, and if I read the stuff right, counties are named. We have no authority, point blank named. So with that, we have no authority, but the biggest problem is not only what it could have done to our county, but emergency. Our sheriff's department didn't know anything about it. Had our county known about it, we'd have put out public notices like they do anytime a road's closed. We've got fire and we've got EMS that their times could have been affected. They actually were unnecessarily putting our voters and our citizens in a position where they might have not got the service they needed in a timely fashion. Whereas if we'd at least knew about it, they could have figured alternate routes. And so I want the general public who called me to know that Patrick presented several court cases where people tried to do something locally, and the courts side with that first statement. The only people who have authority is the federal government. So I guess my point today is we can't do anything legally to change things. The only thing we can do is make something like this public and maybe shame them into doing the right thing the next time. And the other thing, we had a little deal on it's a repeat of the last time I was here. Call the people who can help you. I picked up my phone, had a call from a state rep who called me because there was a complaint in the district about a bridge. Sorry part of it is our road and bridge crew had already checked it out. There was a crack beam, but there was a beam put in behind it to correct it years ago. People noticed the front crack beam. There was nothing wrong with the structure. It was structurally sound. They got all excited that nothing was done. But in checking that out, they had found a few minor little fixes that need fixed. It was a sound structure. Anyway, I got some phone calls. I called back here. Don called me within 30 minutes telling me, yes, he checked it out. It was a sound deal. The few minor cosmetic fixes that needed doing, his crew had been there at 8 o'clock in the morning to start work, beginning of work, and was about ready to come home. So please, folks, call the people. As stated earlier, we don't have all the fine details in our position. Yes, ultimately we are in charge, but you get a lot faster service and a lot more accurate service if you just call the people and the departments that are in charge. And should you not get satisfaction there, then you call us. Randy will do his job. We will do ours if we have to. But we haven't seen the need to do that thus far. So with that, you've heard my rant. I'm done. But it really disappoints me that we got a business that can come in and do that kind of things to our voters and our residents and potentially put them in danger. And it shouldn't happen, but our hands are tied. Our next item is we are going to need to be going to executive session to discuss some stuff. Would you want to read who's going to be in that session and the whole thing for us, Patrick?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. Let me find the right email. Staff have asked for a motion for executive session for the board to recess with the county administrator, just the undersheriff, or is Captain Lutz here too? With the county administrator, the undersheriff, and the county counselor present. Subject matters to discuss a legal matter which is protected by attorney-client privilege, and justification for executive session is for the board to maintain privacy of attorney-client privilege. And we'd ask for the open meeting to resume 12. Do you need a break too? At 1 o'clock.
Okay. So did I get this right? We're taking a break and then we're doing the executive session.
We're going to break in the executive session. People can leave and come back, and we'll, as we do sometimes.
So we'll stay here.
Yeah, we'll stay down here, and if members of the board need to slip out real quick and come back, they can. But
All right.
We'll resume the regular session at 1 o'clock.
We'll resume open at 1 o'clock to close the meeting. No action is anticipated.
Yeah. So if somebody has somewhere to go, they're.
Okay. Can someone make that motion?
Yeah, I'll motion that we
Thank you.
do that exec session. Do I have a second?
You got a second? Motion and second. Aye.
Thank you.
Motion. o'clock. I'd like to reopen this meeting after the executive session. Just for your information, no action taken, informational only. Do we have, and I'll adjourn the meeting. We don't